Hey guys, welcome to this tutorial series on making a production quality iris using groom tools. In our case, we will be using Xgen with Maya, we'll be texturing with Substance Painter, sculpting with ZBrush, and finally rendering with Arnold and using Arnold shaders. If you have knowledge in any of these softwares that I've just mentioned, the tutorial should be a breeze for you. I would say the whole thing is beginner friendly. You can see every single step that I do. Now, if you have knowledge in alternative softwares like Blender, or if you know any other groom tools like Ornatrix or Yeti and Houdini, the tutorial should still be useful. You can easily translate what I do on my screen to your softwares. On the left is the reference image I used, and on the right is the final rendered result. Let me show you why I want to make this tutorial in the first place. So a digital iris pack can easily set you back by $30. You can see that this is from CG Trader, I think. And every time I make a character, I may have a need for a brand new iris. So you can see that this cost could easily add up if I start making more and more characters. And one of the best iris packs you can get out there is from Texturing XYZ. This is a company that specializes in photo scanning human beings, and mostly they do faces and heads, but they do irises as well. So these are some of the best ones you can get because they render it as volume, and they use a high polygon mesh to do that. The iris pack can set you back. This is a single iris, by the way. It can set you back by $50 for commercial use, $20 for personal use. Where I'm from, $50 is the cost for food for 5 days. So this is simply too much for me to handle. And plus, all of these assets are not, they come complete, so they're not customizable. And you can see that it would be very beneficial if you have a sort of an iris generator in your arsenal so that you can come up with a different iris depending on the subject you're working on. And with this tutorial, you can even make animal irises. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. So let me show you what this tutorial was based on. There is an artist called 3D Artist Dad on YouTube. This is a Japanese, let me hide this. So he's Japanese and he's come up with this method. So after watching his tutorial, which is a bit more advanced, it's geared towards intermediate users. He has English subtitles, although he narrates in Japanese. It's really good, but it's advanced. So you need to have. He doesn't explain every single step, and what he does is that using these Xgen grooms, he will then extract a bunch of maps. He'll bake out an 8-bit displacement map, which is a depth map. He'll bake out an ambient occlusion map, and he will texture a diffuse texture. And the final results. Let me just fast forward if I can show you. I think it's in part 2. Fast forward a bit. Yeah, we can see. So this is a little difficult to see, but the original displacement on the iris would look something like this. I think he uses a single plane of geometry for this. He would blur some of the maps to achieve this kind of viscous structure on the iris. So if I zoom in, like it's kind of gooey. It's fibrous in the back, but it's gooey over here. So his tutorial kind of stops there. And I want to take it further, where I would take the Xgen groom and actually bring it over to ZBrush to make a high poly out of, and then we can extract a 32-bit displacement, which is very useful. We can even bake out a really nice normal map. Regardless, definitely check out his original videos. I will link it in the description below. Otherwise, let me show you what you can expect. Now we're in Maya, and you can see that the simplified process for making this project work is that you will first generate a bunch of descriptions. You will be, let me switch to interactive groom. You will be doing a lot of sculpting. So this is the base layer, the mid layer, and then the outer layer. So we'll use a 3-layer approach to approximate the anatomy of an iris. I'll go back to my general workspace. And then I will bring that over to ZBrush, do a bunch of work, and generate this really nice looking high poly. We'll be doing some very simple sculpting. You don't have to freak out. It's relatively easy. We're definitely not sculpting, a human head or something. And plus, I'll show you the entire process. You could just follow along. And once that's done, we will use both of these quote unquote high polys to extract a bunch of maps out of. And let me show you how some of these maps would look. So from this Xgen groom, we'll get a bunch of useful utility maps that would come in handy for texturing. And from the ZBrush high poly, we'll get most of the detailed maps, ambient occlusion, displacement, normal maps. And then finally, we will set up the rendering using a volume shader that needs a projection camera. So let me show you how that looks with the rendering. I'm rendering in 1K, so forgive the blurriness, but this is just to show you that I didn't do any tricky Photoshop here, that this scene actually exists. Right, it needs to initialize, it takes a while, but there we go. So as you can see, I would say it's pretty good. It reacts to light in a very natural way. And with the refraction of the lens, it looks gorgeous. All right, while that's running, let me explain the following. Regardless, definitely check out his original videos. I will link it in the description below. Otherwise, let me show you what you can expect. That needs a projection camera. That I didn't do any tricky Photoshop here, that this scene actually exists. Right, it needs to initialize, it takes a while, but there we go. So as you can see, I would say it's pretty good. It reacts to light in a very natural way. And with the refraction of the lens, it looks gorgeous. Okay, I skipped ahead to where it's done rendering. So this is what you can expect out of this tutorial. And with that being said, I'm going to play my sponsorship video, which is just my Patreon. If you're interested in getting the source assets, you can check out my Patreon, but you don't need it to complete this tutorial. I need to clarify that. And let's get started. Hey, quick announcement. If you'd like to download the project files from my tutorials and access my personal asset library, you can join my membership on Patreon or Ko-fi. As a member, you will get access to the files with Google Drive, as well as exclusive Discord roles on my server. Depending on your tier, you can even request videos and reviews. By the way, you can join my Discord server for any questions you have on the tutorials. Links in the description. Let's begin by looking at the topography of the iris. Our first and second layer will represent the pupillary region, and they'll mostly appear fibrous. For the third layer that will take the most work, it represents the ciliary region. And as they converge towards the middle, you'll see these veiny structures known as the iris frill. And this is why on the third layer, we will be doing a lot more sculpting work just to get these desired looks. Now, irises vary a lot depending on the ethnicity and the eye color. And what's really interesting is that brown eyes tend to have this sort of rough and grainy look to it. So it's very important that you have a reference image in mind before you get started. Now, for the purpose of this tutorial, I will be using this iris. It'll be a little bit more difficult because we'll have to do some extra sculpting for the mid layer, but I think the final result will speak for itself. Here we are inside of our Maya scene, and let's quickly go over what you need to prepare. Now, you'll have to make 3 individual rings for the Xgen to grow from. The way that Xgen works is that it needs a geometry to grow its fibers in the same direction as the surface normal. We often call this the growth mesh. You could imagine that in the context of a character, the growth mesh for the hair would be the scalp. Now, for the iris, we will need 3 of them because the inner and the middle ring will have the fibers grown outwards to represent the base layer, and whereas the outermost layer would have the fibers grown inwards to represent the ciliary region. Now, To make this, I basically used a 20-sided cylinder, removed the end caps, and duplicated it 3 times. The outermost layer needs to have its normals reversed. You could do that by going into modeling, mesh display, and reverse. The exact thickness and positioning and sizing doesn't have to be 100% precise. You just need to make sure that they're in an approximately good scale, and have their transforms cleaned. Speaking of scale, Xgen does not do well with bad scale, so you need to make sure that everything is to the actual scale of an eyeball, of an iris. And to do this, I basically brought in an eye geometry to use as a scale reference. The average diameter of an iris is about 11 millimeters. Now, one last thing that you need to look out for is the UV texel density. Now, because when we convert these into Xgen descriptions, we will need to drive certain effects using procedural noise, and some modifiers will require that the model have a good amount of UV texel density. They don't have to be perfect, but just make sure that they are serviceable. Okay, so now that we have the geometries prepared, I'm going to hide the mesh and we can already start creating descriptions. Let me first change the workspace layout to Xgen Interactive Groom. This is so that we have better access to all the menus we need. With the inner iris selected, I'm going to go to the modeling menu. Under Generate, create interactive groom spline. Make sure you click on the little window icon. Now, name your description, and for all of these values like density, length, width, and CV counts can all be changed later down the line, so you don't have to worry. For now, just input a starting value. I would set my density to, let's say, 3000. Length, keep it at 1. Width, I like to set it to 0.05. CV count is a little bit more important. You can think of it as subdivision. So when we apply modifiers like noise or like a coil, if you want the hair to fully coil, you'll need to have enough vertices to move around. So for the inner iris, I'm thinking 24 would be enough. That just hit create. And right off the bat, we'll have a little preview. We'll fix the problem later on. For now, let's create all of the descriptions for each of our geometry. Now, the same thing with iris mid. Go to generate, erratic groom spline. Now, for this one, I think a CV count of 24 is enough. Apply. And once again, for the outer layer. For the outer layer, because we're going to have to really move around all the strands of fibers to create this, the iris frill. So I'd recommend a much higher CV. 48. Fantastic. Now let's get into the settings. The parameters that we are going to change are the width, the length, as well as density. In order to see the individual strands of hair better, I recommend that you go into your real-time renderer and turn on multi-sample anti-aliasing, as well as screen space occlusion. Let me turn off the other descriptions so we could just focus on the inner iris. So you can go under the base node, iris underscore inner underscore description. This is the base node. This is where you'll find the density multiplier, where you control how dense the overall groom is. And if you go to scale, this is where you change the length of the hair strands. It might be better to go into the front-facing camera, just hit spacebar to exit the single panel, then refocus into the front camera. Go into wireframe mode, so now you see the boundary of the iris. Surely the individual hair strands should not exceed the actual diameter of the iris. Last but not least, you can change the width scale of the hair strands. For now, I think it is a little too thick, but we will surely be coming back to do lots and lots of adjustments. Something that's also important is to give it a width ramp. So this represents the width throughout the entirety of the length. If I insert a node over here and then I just drop the width at the very end, you'll see that it starts tapering off. And that would not be realistic. So keep it somewhere around zero 0.7. I'm basically treating it like hair. Okay, you're going to have to do that with all the other descriptions. I'm going to make my adjustments and I'll come back with the final values on screen for you to reference. I think this will do for now, and I'm going to show you the starting values I'm working with. Once again, this will be continuously changed as you work on the iris, so I really wouldn't worry about it. But just in case you want a good starting value, I suppose this will do. The bigger issue at hand is that I'm having trouble seeing the strands because of all this reflection. So with all the descriptions selected, I'm just going to assign the default Lambert shader. And now we are ready to add some modifiers. I'm going to first change to the front facing camera and hide the other layers so that we work on one description at a time. There are two modifiers that we need for each description, and they are noise and clump. So I'm going to show you what they each do. Clump or clumping is one of those foundational modifiers you would find in just about every hair tool out there. Clumping gives volume, it gives shape to the overall groom, and it's something that naturally occurs because as animals we sweat and we have oil glands, right? So imagine this is your default hair strip. When you've just generated them, they're straight and they run down, they're straight all the way down. Clumping would effectively make them converge towards the tip, and this is because by default clumping is applied in a value in a range of 0 to 1. So the root of the hair hairs don't clump near the root and only clumps towards the tip. You could also adjust this value such that you could make the clump occur earlier, like maybe around the 70% mark. So in this case, I would have the clump applied from 0 to 1 and then back to 0 towards the tip. And this is usually described as the scale of the clump. Oh, I can't spell. Right, you get the point. um, Clumping, the magnitude of clump could also be adjusted. It's usually, again, a value between 0 to 1. So at 0.5, you can see that the hair strip wouldn't converge completely. Another very common parameter that you could adjust is the density of the clump. So if you want a full set of hair with many tiny clumps, you would set the density really high. And if you just want one or two clumps, you would set it to an extremely low value. Now, one of the most common use cases for clump is a nested structure. So you would have one big clump, which would define the primary shape, right? These two big clumps would then in turn have tiny little clumps within them. And this sort of describes the fractal nature, the fractal pattern that we see in a lot of things. And the second modifier would be noise. And noise is quite simple. It adds irregularity. So once again, in your default hair strand, if I apply a noise to it, you will start seeing individual strands veering away from their intended direction. So if their intended direction is straight, when noise is applied, they move away. Now, in most noise modifiers, you get to access the magnitude of, I really should use a tablet, magnitude, and the frequency. These are the two most common parameters that you can, I can't spell. Anyway, these are the two common parameters you can adjust. So once again, the effect of noise is applied throughout the length of the groom. So if I have a super high frequency but low magnitude noise, it would make the hair strand look something like this, right? You'll have tiny little noise that just occur throughout the groom, and this is often best used to describe damaged or super dry hair, like something really fuzzy. Whereas this would be the reverse. So it's high magnitude of noise, but very low in frequency. So in most grooms for characters, we often talk about flyaways. You know, in hairstyles, we often see flyaways, and that is typically achieved by using a high magnitude of noise, but in very low frequency. At the same time, it's only applied to a low percentage of the hair. So it's applied to just a few hair strands. And once again, you can control the magnitude throughout the entirety of the length. So you could have, if you want, you could have no noise at the root and all the noise you want from the lower sections all the way to the tip. Now we're back in Maya, and to apply the modifier, you simply have to click on your description and right-click, add modifier, and clump. I'm going to add the noise modifier as well, but I will be hiding it. So for this part of the video, I'm just going to walk through a lot of the parameters with you, just explaining to you what they do, and I will be refining them myself and eventually sharing with you the final values on the screen. Let me get my references back because I've accidentally hidden them. So we are working on the inner layer. This is a little difficult to see, but it's the layer beneath these viscous strands, right? So the effects of clumping shouldn't be too strong. It should be quite high in density, as we discussed before. Right now we see about 3 clumps, and that's absolutely not enough. But don't worry, I'm just going to walk through the parameters with you from top to bottom. The mask option kind of just controls the percentage of the effect overall. In Xgen Legacy, this is where you could input a texture map, and then you could sort of paint the amount of the clumping effect across the surface. But in any case, we usually just leave it at 1. Don't have to worry about it. Now, the effect of the clumping can be controlled by this slider, and it defaults at 1. Clump scale. this is something we talked about before too, and this represents the magnitude of clump from root to tip. Okay, so at the root, it's set to zero point 0.5, and that's where 0 clump is being applied. If I increase that to 1, you can start seeing we get negative clump. If I reduce that to 0, then all the clumps being applied. Let me just return that to the default value. So the default progression goes from 0.5 to 0, where the tip is being completely clumped up. If I set this value to 0.5, then it would be as if we have no clump modifier at all. I'm going to set it back to the default. The interpolation, okay, there we go. The interpolation is interesting because at some point you may come across where you would have, let's say, no clump at all, and only the clumping only occur near the tip. And you have variations throughout the entirety of the length, right? You could have extreme clumping at this point, and negative clumping at that point. The interpolation just kind of like affects the amount of clumping between these points, right? So if I can click on individual points and set them to smooth interpolation, it's generally not a setting that I often play with. So I'm going to set it back to linear. I'm going to remove all these points and go back to the default clump setting. Clump volumize is quite useful. Typically, you use this for smaller clumps. It kind of gives the strip of hair a little bit more volume, so such that it resists the compression. You could just play with them and see what they actually do, right? And clump variance gives, I think the specific effect is such that it selects all the clump hair, and instead of clumping to their main clump point, they start clumping towards the neighboring clump points. So you can see that the hair strands over here started clumping towards this point on the other side. And preserve length is something that we don't have to mess with too much. Right now, the effect is unrealistic in the sense that, let me just reduce the amount of clumps so we could see it better. Now, the hair strands over here are being bent a lot more than the hair strands in the middle, right? So they shouldn't be the same length. They shouldn't be able to give you a perfectly flat tip over here. If I turn off preserve length, you can now see that because the hairs on the side are shorter, if I clump them towards the middle, you'll see differences in length. They cannot all converge at the same point. For the purpose of this tutorial, I don't really need to mess with that settings because we will be applying a bunch of noise and additional clump effects. Now, clump points. The randomness decides, well, the randomness of how the clump points are being distributed. For now, the density is set at 1, and that is grossly below the amount of value we need. For the base inner layer of the iris, I would expect an extremely high value, something maybe around 5,000. And your slider may just go from 0 to 1, but you could always just input the value to change it. You can see as I increase the density, we get more clump points throughout the groom. And again, this harkens back to when I was talking about the primary clumps and secondary clumps. So you can have clumps within clumps. And I think we'll be using that for this inner layer. So I would go about by having this first initial clump to be maybe around 2000 and make it weaker. It's almost undetectable. And then I would have another additional clump where the clumping strength is much higher and the density is equally as much higher, maybe around 5,000. In any case, let's move on. Density mask. This is typically you would feed this with a texture map, but for the purposes of this tutorial, we don't really need it. Again, if I set it to 0, then there would be no clump at all. Clump map and all the advanced shapes are something that we don't really need to touch for this for making the iris. You might be interested in looking into them when making character hair. And I'm pretty sure that some of these advanced shapes, you know, like flatness, offset, there's also copy, and there's also noise and curl. Um, these are carried over from the legacy version. And personally, I would just prefer, you know, add an additional, let's say, curl modifier as opposed to, you know, doing it within the clump modifier. Which I don't find it anywhere. That's interesting. Anyway, let's move on to, I'm going to hide clump. Let's move on to noise. Noise adds this variance in a direction of the individual hair strands. And you could see that right now, well, by default, frequency is set at 1. And I could achieve a much higher frequency by tuning this value up. And eventually, I think we can go beyond 10, the default value. If we go really, really high in the value, you'll see that these zigzaggy shapes start to take place, start to occur. And this is because we do not have enough CV points or control vertices along the groom. You could think of it as a subdivision, as we previously talked about. And a magnitude controls the power of the noise. Correlation is something quite interesting. It describes the correlation of noise between neighboring strands. And I haven't really found a good use of this parameter, but you could just see what it does while you adjust the slider. Preserve length, once again, we will leave that off for this because we will just adjust the overall length using the description base node. And once again, you can control how much noise is being applied throughout the length of the groom. And like I said before, you could in fact just have no noise happening for the first 50% of the hair, and then suddenly it becomes very, very noisy. So you can see that there's a great amount of freedom when it comes to adjusting these modifiers, and you can achieve a variety of results. And for this one, I think, let me just delete them so I can add them, so I don't have to reset them. I'll just start anew. Noise and clump. You could also drag them to rearrange the order in which these effects are being applied. Now, like I said before, I'm gonna work on reiterating them and refining the values. And for this one, I think we will need an additional clump. So 2 layers of clump. And now I'm going to start fast forwarding the video eventually to show you the final values I have. So this you do the same thing for the iris mid description as well as the outer description. And based on your references, you would adjust them accordingly. Now that I've done many adjustments to the iris and the various modifiers, it's probably a good idea to apply some shaders that we can have an easier time seeing each individual layer. So for that, I'm just going to apply a new lambert layer. We'll name it M Lamb Red. When it comes to these groom primitives, I find it better to give it a more of a desaturated red, a desaturated color, as opposed to something really saturated. So we do that for all of them. Assign favorite material Lambert M underscore lamb green. Go with the RGB scheme. Once again, something that's not too saturated. And once more for the outer layer. Okay, now you notice that I've adjusted the length, the scale of the outermost iris. And if I go to the front view, you might be wondering that, oh, hey, based on your references, why didn't you push it even further back? And that's because when it comes to sculpting later on, we will be pushing some of these fibers back into this sort of veiny structure, push them back into to create this iris frill. And so it's always best that you leave a little bit of scale, a little bit of length, extra length to work with. If I go too short, then I'll have to use these interactive Xgen tools to lengthen them, and that might cause issues down the line. Right, now let's get to the final values. I'm going to show you all my final parameter values on the screen. You can pause the video to have a look, but do not pause your passion. Right. This is the Xgen settings for the primitive settings for the for all three descriptions. And we'll start with the inner description. The inner description has 2 clump modifiers and 1 noise modifier, and they go in the order from left to right. So this is the first clump. I'm going to zoom in as much as I can. It's an easier time to see them. And this is the second clump. And finally, this is the noise modifier. For the middle description, there's only 1 clump modifier and 1 noise modifier. This is the clump modifier. And then we have the noise modifier. The outer description is like the first one. It's got 2 clump modifiers with 1 noise modifier. And here are the values. The second clump and the noise. Right, I hope you've had a good look. Now we can get on to sculpting. To begin sculpting, let's go under the modeling panel. We're going to find under generate the interactive grooming tools. Click on the dotted line to rip out the panel. You can dock this menu, but you don't have to. And to make sure that when we're doing the sculpting that we don't make any changes in the z-axis, I'm going to hit spacebar and then go back to my front-facing camera. Now, again, before we start, let me quickly explain the sculpting pipeline when it comes to these descriptions. It's very important that we follow a specific order because sculpting is somewhat destructive. So here's my workflow for sculpting the outer layer of the iris. And what you learn here, you can extrapolate to all the other layers that would require some sculpting. So we start with grab and move because we want to start shaping the iris frills. So we will grab onto the end of the outer layer and then we start moving them into these veiny structures. So in addition to moving those, you also want to create these holes on the side, right? So these holes that span across the entirety of the ring, You will also use a move brush to move them around. And once that is done, you move on to thickening because we need to have these frills really, really well pronounced. Using the thickening brush, you would selectively apply this thickening effect to accentuate the veininess of the frills. And this is also crucial because we want to make sure that there is enough thickness such that when we convert the description into polygons, we can then bring it into ZBrush to do some thickening, to add some depth using extract, and then we can then dynamesh it. So once that is done, so this is a side view, uh, 45 degree angle view. You will then have to use a move brush once again, but you will selectively raise the areas that you believe should be raised. So again, that depends on your reference. For mine, it looks as if the frills would be standing out a bit more. So that's where I will do some raising. As a final step, you will do polishing. This is the step where, because we have been messing around with each individual fibers, you will very likely start seeing some jagged edges, and that goes back to what we talked about before with control vertices. It's like subdivision for the mesh. So if you don't have enough control vertices, it's as if you're sculpting on a mesh without enough subdivision. And even though we have 24 control vertices, I think no, 45 for the outer ring, there will still be some jaggedness because we've already applied some modifiers to them, and that's where the smoothing brush would come in handy. You start smoothing out those jagged edges to produce a far more organic shape. I'll be showing you the entirety of the sculpting process for each description, but I'll just work on a small section at a time. The whole point is for you to practice the workflow yourself. You might even identify where you could improve it. Do not worry, I'll still work out the whole thing. I'll just fast forward the clip. Now, let me hide the other description. We have a little issue with the outer iris. At the moment, there doesn't seem to be enough length to create these iris frills. And as we talked about before, not having enough CVs will produce jagged edges, and we certainly don't want that. There are a couple ways to solve this. The most intuitive way, which is what I will be doing, is just to go into the scale and adjust it. So maybe 0.3 will be enough. Just double check that in comparison with the other descriptions. That looks fine. And because we have, I believe, about 48 control vertices, and now that you can imagine 48 points spanning across the length of the groom, and this should be enough for me to start moving them into this shape, this ring-like shape. Another way that you could address this, in addition to changing the length, is to rebuild your CV count. I don't recommend building it to such a high value like 120. We're not working on, long hair, and this might actually make sculpting more difficult to do. So I like to keep it to the original 48, but if you find that you need more, depending on your references, you could always set them to maybe 60 or 70. Experiment with the value, but just make sure you do that before the sculpting. If you rebuild your CVs after you've done the sculpting, it may produce unwanted results. I'm going to start with this region over here. So let me just zoom into that on my reference. And to create a sculpt layer, you would select the description, right click, add modifier, and then sculpt. Select the sculpt layer and you'll have to expand it. For any sculpt layer to be active, you need to make sure that they have the edit button highlighted. And by default, they shouldn't be. I don't know why, but for mine, it was on. So just make sure that it's active. And let's talk about the brushes. So I'm going to start with the grab brush. This is the first step in the workflow. Once you have the brush, you want to go into tool settings and you can adjust the brush sizes. You can adjust the strength. Quick way to adjust the brush size is holding down the B button and then just left mouse button drag. And a really, really good tip, a very important tip, in fact, is that I recommend you start with a freeze brush, right? So since I'm working on just this section, I like to freeze off this section. And then you can see that it grabs the entire strand. Once you have that selected, you can go into invert frozen, and now you only mess with this section. I'm going to go back to my grab brush. I want to start with creating this edge. So always start with a tip, right? I want to make sure that I grab these strands and I make them converge in the middle to create this little shape. I know it's a little difficult to see, but that's how I interpret the image. The important thing is to go into your grab and then you turn off preserve length, because without it, this is what happens. I don't know why it always sets my strength back to 14. But yeah, as you can see, when I grab it, it moves with my brush, but the length doesn't change, right? Because we're not extending the length. And this is where preserve length comes in handy. If I turn it off, I can pull the hair strands out. But let me adjust the brush size. And once again, it always automatically changes my strength, perhaps based on size. But I like to keep it to around 40. And then you could start pulling some of the individual strands out. It also helps that this section already has a gap in there that would be useful when it comes to making a hole out of it. You could also zoom in. This is where you can see that we have only 48 control vertices, so there's already some jaggedness that's happening. But don't worry. For now, it's important to just shape the contours of the iris. I could always do some smoothing, could always add division later down the line in ZBrush. So this looks like they will converge quite nicely. I'm gonna zoom out and then go back to my, yes, I'm on my grab brush. Adjust the strength a little, make it bigger, because I want to start moving these strands away. Again, we could go into the freeze brush, unfreeze all, and simply select the ones that we want to touch. So this section. I can invert frozen, go back to my grab brush, and once more around 40 at the strength, I can start moving them away. It's quite drastic. This hole is quite big, and I always like to start with the most obvious landmark out of the reference, because it helps you anchor the features, right? So if I were to make this one, which you'll see later on in my fast forward clip, I always start with the biggest holes. That's also a generally good advice in life. Always start with the biggest hole. Right, let me shape them, and we don't have to be too persnickety. As long as it's good enough, it's fine, because we will have to do some refining in ZBrush after this. Grab my freeze brush, unfreeze all. Oh, sorry, Control Z, invert frozen, and grab brush. I can start moving these strands on the side. I'm not trying to go for a one-to-one reference. I just want to follow it loosely. As long as it looks good enough, it should be fine. Wonderful. And now that we have it shaped, we can unfreeze everything. I'm going to right click and add modifier a thickening layer. So another sculpt layer, expand it, and usually it activates the latest added sculpt layer. So as I said before, the frills need to be very much accentuated. And the way you do that is you can grab the thicken brush. I don't think yeah, it's the width brush. Sorry, the width, that's a mouthful. Width brush. And make sure you tune down the settings. At 100%, it can get really drastic. Because yeah, have a look. Yeah, that's too much. It's too intense. So I like to tune it down to less than 5. Reduce my brush size, and you would basically start thickening the areas that you think would require that veininess. Keep in mind though, it thickens the entire strand, not just the section. Right, so that should be good enough. and add another modifier. This is our third step in the workflow, sculpt. Right, this is where you would have to go into your perspective view. As you can see, we've been working on a front-facing camera, so luckily we haven't had any deformation that goes in the z-axis. And for the iris frill, they need to be raised because that's how the topography seems to me. And once more, you could also get the freeze brush. Let me go back to the front-facing camera. Oh, there we go. Yeah, you could just freeze the outer boundary, right? Just and then local. Switch to local. Uh, hold down Control to invert the brush effect. I'm going to paint out the region that I'm going to raise. And subsequently, yes, you will see some very harsh transitions, but we will always be doing a smoothing pass. I'll go back to my perspective view. Use the grab brush. You want to set the radius to quite large, tune down the strength, and work from a grazing angle. This is where you can then start raising the fibers. I'm not going to do the whole thing, but you get the point. These are the 3 steps. And once that is all done, you go into, once more, a sculpt layer. And by the way, it's always a good idea to name it, right? So the first step is grab. The second step is thicken, which is using the width brush. This third step is raise. And the final step is smoothing. Smooth. And this is where you can grab the smooth brush. Again, you want to make sure that you are on a relatively low strength because you don't want the effects to be too extreme. I'm going to go back to my front-facing camera. Oh, it set my strength to 0. Set it to around 10. And you can already start seeing that we are smoothing out the fibers individually. I forgot to unfreeze, but you should unfreeze this. You should unfreeze at this point. So unfreeze all, and then yeah, you can already see that is a big problem. Luckily, you could always select the layer and just restart, delete them. I think that came from the raise step. Yeah, there we go. So in any case, I will be doing this whole process. I'm going to start over, but those are the exact steps you need to take. Okay, so now I am happy with the way the outer iris looks. I'm gonna just hide this, and I want to take a moment to talk about some of the features of brushes that I forgot to mention earlier. So let me hide the other irises, the other layers. I'm gonna add a sculpt layer for demonstration. Look into it, hit edit, set it to active. Now, I showed you how to use the width brush, and earlier I had the tool setting set to global. So this thickens the entire strand. But what you can do is then set to local, then it only affects the areas covered by the brush radius. Once more, you could always hold down the control button to perform the reverse effect, the inverted effect. And note that you can never thin down the individual strands to to its default or to the starting value that we had before. So in this case, it's about 0.05. And you can increase the size, but you can't go down below the starting value. All right, so now I'm gonna very quickly demonstrate what I want to do with the middle layer, because just like the first, it's not as difficult as the outer layer, but there surely is some uh, parting and thickening that we have to do. Right, for this iris, I am seeing some viscous structure towards the middle, and this is very pronounced. So that's something we will be focusing on. So once again, I will be working on a small section and leave the rest to you. So we're going to start with adding a modifier. Oh, I deleted the one from earlier. Let's add a sculpt modifier. And I think I want to work on this particular section because we have this major gap over here. Choose the freeze brush. And I always like to just highlight the region that I want to work on. I think it's somewhere around here, right? I think I will part through this gap right here. Okay. Invert frozen. And finally, freeze half of it. Always use the hotkey. I like to click on it so you can see what's happening. But Control 3 is the grab brush. Okay, I will move. I will part this section. And going back to freeze brush, I want to invert frozen. Use the grab brush, bring down the radius, and do the same thing to this side. I think this looks good enough. We could already just unfreeze everything, and let me rename this sculpt layer. Grab. Add modifier, another sculpt layer, and this, we'll call it thickening. Thicken. And for this one, we choose, once again, the width brush. I set it to local because we just want to adjust the root of the middle iris, the middle layer. And where was I working? Oh, okay, this is why you should keep things frozen. Around here, you just start thickening this area. All right, so that's simple enough, and you know the drill. You go back to do some smoothing in case you mess something up. What I find useful is that whenever I'm dealing with a move brush, and after some really drastic movements, I mean, which is for demonstration, after some really drastic movements, you start seeing these jagged edges, and it's kind of difficult to fix. If you start trying to grab them, they also kind of like meld together. And what you can do to remedy this is to go into the smooth brush and set it to global or local. It depends on you. But I like to, if I want to reset it to back where it was, I would set it to global, and then you just start painting them and straighten them out. So that's one way to work on it. Another way is to just delete the entire sculpt layer, but it's up to you. All right, I'm going to restart this process and I'll fast forward. Now that I'm done with the middle layer, I think we'll do some final adjustments. Based on my references, it doesn't seem like I need to do any sculpting for the inner description, but it is looking a little sparse. What we can do is just increase the density. So go into the base node. I'll increase the multiplier to maybe 16. Now, for sculpting purposes, we assign these different colors just so that we could differentiate between pattern. But now comes the stage where we need to look at the overall shape, the overall contour, and most importantly, the overall depth. So what we can do is, let me just unhide the Xgen meshes. With all the descriptions selected, you can go into existing material and just apply the default Lambert. I'm going to head out to my perspective view. And right now, I think my ambient occlusion is set to 16 for samples and radius. I'm not really happy with that. I'm going to turn it back to 8. Just so that it's very clear. And this is the stage where we need to start moving the meshes around, which is why I adjusted the ambient occlusion so that when we move, we can see the shadowing slightly better. The outer ring is definitely sticking out. I'm going to go to the side view and just ever so slightly move it back. There seems to be enough space between the mid layer and the inner ring. So I think we'll just move it slightly forward and move the inner ring backward. All right, that looks like it's enough depth. And we don't have to worry about the non-clean transforms on these geometries because once we converted these to polygons, we will no longer need them. I think one last thing is this little detail I want to capture. It's this, you know, how the mid layer seems to stick out a little. It doesn't fully reach the boundaries of the pupil. So we could grab the middle ring and just scale it in the X and Y axis. Scale it out a little, and if you grab the inner ring, scale it in. So we get that little protrusion, protrusion. Not sure the right word for that, but it looks good so far. Let's convert it to polygons. So as usual, let me explain our next steps so that you understand the intentions behind everything we do. With all of these descriptions selected, it is possible to then convert them to geometry. So under generate, you'll find convert Xgen primitives to polygons. And what actually happens is that these individual strips of individual strands of hair will be converted to a strip of plane. It's like they will be single-sided planes. You can almost think of them as hair cards. And that geometry can then be extremely helpful when it comes to extracting some maps. Let me show you in my nice little graphic. So once I've converted them to polygons, the first version we will be used for extracting some very useful utility maps. So if you imagine this is the converted geometry, I will then do a planar projection for the UV such that it looks like a single plane. It looks like a rectangle from the side, right? If I turn this to the side view, it should look like a rectangle. And I will then stretch it to fill out the 0 to 1 UV space and slap on a ramp texture that goes from black to white. And with that, we will be able to extract a depth map because you can imagine that the deepest part, let me just go to the side view, right? If I have a ramp texture going from black to white, you know, from right to left, from black to white, you can imagine the deepest part of the iris will be painted black, and it'll gradually fade to white as it reaches the surface. And some other utility maps would include, let me show you. I think we've talked about this before, but There are a ton of them. So we can get the height map is the depth map. We could also get a cavity map. We could assign an AO shader to get the ambient occlusion maps. But far more important is that we need to get object ID, primitive ID, and these gradient maps. A random map is also important for applying for texturing. And to clarify, we won't actually be using these as the final ambient occlusion map, nor will we be using these as the final displacement map. You could, if that's what you want to do, the tutorial is done for you. But what we will actually do is that use the other converted geometry, the other converted Xgen groom, this one, and we'll take it to ZBrush and we'll be working on it over there. So once we bring it to ZBrush, we will be doing some dynameshing. We'll be adding back in some details. We could use the depth map that we derived to work on the dynamesh version of the iris. The possibilities are endless, but the final displacement map or normal map or actual height map will be extracted from the high poly in ZBrush. Okay, let's get back to Xgen and we can get started. You want to navigate to generate and convert interactive groom to polygons. I may have pointed to convert Xgen primitives to polygons before, and this is the incorrect one. This is what you will do for legacy Xgen, but we're using the newer version, which is interactive. So if you click on it, a little option box will open. And let me reset the settings real quick so that it matches yours. The only option you need to tick for now is combine mesh. We will be talking about these settings later down the line when we have to extract some utility maps. For now, just leave it as default. Select your description. I tend to do it one at a time. I'm pretty sure you can do all of them, but let's just be safe. So apply, apply, apply for all three layers. Let me just expand them. You can leave them as is. Now we're going to rename them so we could start exporting. So this is iris inner. And iris mid underscore Xgen. You can name it however you want. The naming convention doesn't matter here. We're not rigging. So the last one is iris outer Xgen. Now you can just start exporting them to a directory that you prefer. Under File, Export Selection, I'm just going to export it to the Asset folder. So by the way, if you're a subscriber on Patreon or Coffee, this is where you will find it in the asset files. This is where this whole project is what I will be uploading. And yeah, iris inner Xgen, just quickly name it. The options we don't have to worry about too much. There are no groups. We don't really have any vertex groups. We don't have any shaders applied. We don't need to worry about smoothing because we'll have to dynamesh them. And normals, just leave it on. Export selection. And choose the next one and just hit G to repeat the last action. And I'll click on the inner Xgen to copy its name. And just rename it to mid. And repeat that action for the outer layer. Awesome, we're done. So let's move over to ZBrush. To import the Xgen geometries, you want to click on any of these starting primitive shapes and just click and drag to create them. Hit edit mode and make polymesh 3D. And this is going to expose the import button, but we're not going to use that. So I'll expand the subtool panel and go into Z plugin. Under subtool master, you should have an option called multi-append. Click on that and just select all the extra meshes you've exported. And they should be brought in just fine. And let me just delete the original cylinder and you should be able to see them. I always like to use a brighter shader to visualize this, so I'm going to use the skin shade shader. You could access it in the materials panel. Right, now everything's going to look a bit off because these are single-sided planes, as I've explained earlier. And in ZBrush, the by default, it doesn't display double-sided. But that's fine. We don't really have to change it for now. And I'm just going to isolate the outer layer, and I'll show you the exact process we're going to go through. So I'll be working on the outer iris and show you the different steps that I will take in order to make them into a sculptable mesh, and you can then extrapolate that information to work on the other layers. To add thickness to these individual strips, we'll have to go under the subtool panel and head down to extract. The thickness by default should be at 0.02, but you'll have to experiment with it. For me, the value that worked was 0.004. A good way to visualize this is to hold down Shift and F to enter the wireframe view, zoom in from the side, and with my thickness set at 0.004, I'm going to hit extract. There'll be a warning message. We'll just hit OK. And this is just a preview. So if you move the viewport, it's going to disappear. So I'll have to extract again. This is a thickness that I'm happy with. You want to make sure that there's enough thickness so that they overlap each other, and then we'll be able to dynamesh them. I'll hit accept for now. I'll exit the wireframe view, and the cool thing is that the original is untouched, so I'll hide the original and just work on this copy. Now we need to make some adjustments so that during the dynamesh process that we want the parts that to connect, that they will connect correctly. As a first step, I always like to go under the deformation tab and just do a slight inflation. So yeah, as you can see, if I go beyond 5, that might be too extreme. So maybe, perhaps 2 will be a good value. And now I want to move these the iris frills to overlap each other so that they actually connect, as you can see in my reference. So with the move brush activated, I'm gonna just first mask this out. By the way, if you don't have any hotkeys assigned to your ZBrush, you really should do it. Move key would be BMV, but for me, I would just hit Control 3. So I'll mask this region and Control click anywhere to invert the mask, and I'll start pulling this over so that they intersect. You can check it slightly from the from other angles. That looks good. I will do that for these two guys over here. Just make sure they are overlapping. This is the last part that is slightly problematic. You know what? I'll fix it after the dynamesh process. So hold down Control and just drag anywhere to remove all the masks. And we're going to start doing some dynameshing. So this is the part where you'll have to experiment with a resolution that works for you. So under the Geometry tab, you'll find Dynamesh under Clay Polish. And if I keep it to the default setting, which is 128 for the resolution, here's what's going to happen. As you can see, a lot of the details will be gone, but the mesh, you know, the individual strips did weld together quite well. So we'll have to experiment with a couple of values. And for me, I think I'll try 420. That's always a good number to start with. Hit Dynamesh. This looks acceptable. We're getting a lot of holes and a lot of these artifacting. That's not too much to worry because we will still be doing some sculpting to bring back some details. Just in case, I'll hit Control Z. I'm gonna try other values. Maybe 380. Not good enough. 480. I think for now I'll settle on a resolution of 450. Okay, brilliant. Now, this is the part where you can start doing some work. All the traditional sculpting skills will come in handy. You want to start smoothing out the outer ring, perhaps smoothing out the frills as well, depending on your references. So I'm just going to hold down Shift and press Spacebar to lower the intensity for the smooth brush. Do 26. That should be fine. There are these annoying holes, but we don't really have to worry too much about it because this is not going to be the final mesh that we bake the displacement maps or normal maps from. We will still have to model a low poly version and bring it in and then just project the details onto it. So I'll do some smoothing along the borders and let me just increase the intensity. It's not fast enough. Oh, and you can see that this area is particularly problematic. We're seeing some intersection and some extremely thin cylinders. What we can do then is to just dynamesh again, but set the resolution high, maybe 1K. Oh, that does not work. Maybe 100? No, we'll keep it to 400 then. Okay, that is starting to fix some areas. So you'll very likely have to dynamesh a couple of times. There are some errors that could be fixed with close holes, and that is an option under modify topology. You just click close holes. It doesn't always do the job, but continue just smoothing them out and make sure you don't erase away too many details. We will be doing a projection pass as well, so it's up to you to evaluate. I want to smooth out the frills, and this is getting too thin, so you can hit BIN for the inflate brush and just slightly inflate them. I'll do that for all the frills and then smooth them out. You can preemptively inflate them as well, knowing that during the smoothing process they will be losing some volume. There we go. Now I'm happy with that. You might want to just turn it check the mesh from a grazing angle, and you may find some additional errors. So you could smooth them out as well, especially inside these rings, these holes, because we've extracted them from the plane primitive, so they will appear quite blocky. In any case, once it's good enough, we can then increase the subdivision. I like to set it to somewhere around 1 million. So set it to subdivision 3, and then you want to delete the lower resolution. You could also, of course, keep a copy if you want to, if you don't want this to be a destructive process. But I will move the extracted version up and then reveal the original Xgen, and I will do a projection pass. Okay, so some of the striations are coming back, and this is where, again, you'll do a lot of smoothing. But this time you could be a lot more selective. I'll have to increase my intensity. Don't set it to too high of a polygon count, because you will have trouble smoothing out. Right now, A subdivision of around 1.2 million points is still manageable, but just keep in mind. So, like I said before, make sure you keep a safe copy if you don't want to repeat your process. I'm going to very quickly just roughly go through this. I'll do some refining on my own, but I want to show you the tips and tricks that I employ to get this working. So after this smoothing, I'm going to bring back some volume. Sometimes you might click on this mRGB. This is going to apply some of the materials. You don't want that. Just make sure it's off. Remember that the strength of the brush is also determined by the size of the brush. You never want to go too big in terms of brush size. And we are nearly done. Right, so this is good. We can then go into the standard brush, which the hotkey for that is BST. I have it set to my personal hotkey, Control 1, and set the intensity to something around 20, not too strong. Keep the brush size low, and we now want to add some dimensionality, add some volume back to the frills so they would catch the highlights, they would catch the light correctly. Might be useful to switch to a less bright shader. Map cap gray would be great. Now you're just going to slightly dabble along the frills, give them some extra volume. And you'll have to do this for all the different layers, but I would imagine for the inner layer, there will not be as much work. This is a process that you might want to take your time and enjoy. Don't rush it through like I am. But yeah, I think as long as the iris doesn't have to be too high quality, this is going to pass, right? But even then, we could always just subdivide it and then render it as volume within the DCC and still retain that high level of detail. Then I'm just going to inflate again, do some inflation for some of these spikes. I don't like the way they look. And then pull them out a little. When working on the iris, remember to keep your perspective off, because if you have perspective, it may be a little extreme, and you'll have to. But anyway, just in case, just keep it to an orthographic view, such that you'll only work on the X and Y axes. So further smoothing. Again, this depends on your references. For me, I know that with the utility maps that I will be extracting, I can still bring back some of these striations, these fibrous shapes using texture mapping. So the outer iris may appear a little bit blobby, but we don't have to worry too much. Of course, you want to do this selectively. Okay, that's fantastic. Let me just check how this looks with all the other layers. A quick way to check lighting in ZBrush is you see this little icon over here. You may not have it here because by default I forgot where it was, but it's the lighting the lighting knob, and under light you should find it. You can adjust the lighting by dragging the dot and hitting Shift and R. You'll do a very quick render. So you might want to do this a couple of times as you're working on the irises. It's a great way to see how all the geometries combine together and react to light. So for instance, I really want the frills to catch the highlights And assuming the light is coming from this angle, I'll zoom in and do a fast render. And you see, I'm getting the right shadows being casted. So I can safely assume that these frills will be catching light in the way that I prefer. Okay, great. Now you'll be doing the same thing with the other layers, and I'm just going to do a time lapse. So about after 15 minutes of working, I think the results are serviceable. And I want to take this moment to cover some of the additional tips that I forgot to talk about earlier. For the outer layer, I had to fix some of the extremely sharp corners after extraction. And to do that, you simply use the flatten brush. So the keyboard hotkey is BFA and set it to around 15. And you can then remove some of the extremely sharp edges. So let me just find an area to demonstrate this. Okay, this bit looks like it's still got that really sharp corner. So you can use the flatten brush to then almost bevel that edge, and then you bevel again, and then you bevel again, and eventually it'll smooth out. And for the middle layer, if you stayed and watched the time lapse, you may notice that I didn't actually reproject the details using the original exported Xgen um, mesh. And that was because it, it simply wasn't producing results that I like. And in fact, after dynameshing, I simply just got to sculpting. And a good way to get uh, these lines, these patterns. These are simple straight lines. You can just use a demi-standard brush. The keyboard shortcut is BDS, and select a brush alpha that is commonly used for sculpting hair. It's this alpha 62, and set the intensity to something less than 10, and you can start sculpting and create these nice little lines that run out in a radial manner. Now, of course, I also use the standard brush to add some volume to the pupillary region, and you'll notice that sometimes it'll just push the entirety of the mesh forward, and you could use a setting. I'm not sure if this is the setting, but there is a setting in the brush where you could make sure that the effects are only applied to on surface, so it doesn't go beyond. It doesn't go to the backside. In any case, the middle layer was simple enough, and the edges I wasn't too worried. If you don't like the way this looks, you could always just further smooth out the borderline and just make them really thin. They'll be covered by the outer iris anyway. For the inner ring, this was the simplest by far. I simply had to uh, extract and subdivide such that I have an edge that runs through the middle. So let me just quickly demonstrate that. So I'm going to hide this, go back to the original exported single-sided version. I'm going to go down to extract using the setting that we settled on, and accept. If I solo this selection, you'll see that the extraction makes a rectangular shape, and obviously you don't want to use a flattened brush to smooth out it, to bevel the edges. That will take an infinite amount of time. And what you can do then is subdivide it such that a new edge runs through the middle of the strip, right? And you can guess where we're going already. If we head down to deformation and hit inflate, it'll produce a far more tubular result, right? And if I hit subdivide again, it'll look more rounded. If I smooth it out, see they look like individual tubes. So that's how I achieved this effect in the inner layer. I didn't want to dynamesh this because I didn't want them to all meld together. I liked the way it looked, just having these fine little strands. So let me delete this. And we want to go back to our final results. You can always check the lighting just to make sure that you have them in the optimal position. Shift R to get that render going, and I'm really happy with the results so far. And the next step would be to create a low poly donut almost that matches the contours of the high poly, and we would properly UV that low poly and then bring it into ZBrush and project all these details back onto the low poly. And from there, we will be able to extract the displacement map as well as the normal map. Hey, quick intermission here. So I brought in the UHD iris from Texturing XYZ into the project for some comparison, and I have to say the results are really comparable. I've only spent about maybe 4 to 5 hours on this project, and the final high poly, uh, I would say, is up to par in terms of standard with the UHD iris. Imagine if you have a lot more time to work on this. I'm pretty sure that you can get something very close to the texturing XYZ standard. And mind you, these can cost you anywhere between $20 to $50, $50 for commercial use. So in essence, you really save that amount of money. So just put in some time and refine your iris. You could reuse it for so many different projects. But at this point, I want to talk about some minute differences. You notice these folds along the border of the iris. This is present in some eyes, but not in all of them. So if I look at my references, this brown eye has these folds, these rings. But if I look at my reference, this one does not have any. So again, this is just another thing to look out for. Not every single iris has this ring-like folds, and there is also a bit of asymmetry. I would not recommend you to introduce any asymmetry at this point because we still need to bake the textures. We still need to do the texturing. It's far better if you do the asymmetry pass on a shape key or a blend shape to the final low poly. Okay, well, that's it. Let's go back to modeling. I've organized the subtool outliner a bit, and now we need to prepare the high poly mesh for projection. To ensure that projection is as simplified as possible, we want to make sure that we decimate our high polys and combine them in a sensible way. Right now, if you just look at the outer layer, we've done copious amounts of sculpting and it's sitting at 1.2 million. With all of them combined, we can easily exceed 5 million, and that's not going to be conducive for projection. What we're going to need to do now is make sure we have the eye icon on for all three subtools. Go into Z plugin, and under Decimation Master, you can then hit Preprocess All. So this is going to apply to all of the visible subtools and start the decimation process. To decimate something, by default, this would be at 20%, but for the iris shape, I've experimented and I think we can go as low as 10%. So at 1.2 million points, if I decimate it to its 10%, I will have 120k polys remaining. So once you've hit pre-process all, it's going to take a while. It's going to take a lot of time for calculation. It was 20 minutes on my end. And once that is completed, you then hit decimate all. And the result you will have is something like this. They look they look exactly the same as before, but they've been decimated. So everything has been triangulated. And the illusion breaks as I zoom in. Right, we're starting to see this faceting, but that's not really an issue for projection. Okay, let's make our low poly. Hi, future me here. So, in my original videos, I ended up making some mistakes when it comes to making the low poly disk, and that led to a series of problems where I had to rebake a bunch of textures from ZBrush because they didn't line up with my utility maps with the Xgen that we bake out of from Maya. Let me just very quickly show you what I mean. At this point, you have already decimated the high poly, and then I basically brought it into Maya. Since it's decimated, it's not too difficult to handle. Let me just maximize this view. So in the earlier version of my tutorial, the problem was that all these texture maps, this is in the future, by the way, so this may look a little different. But yeah, all the texture maps that we baked out from ZBrush, the displacement, normal, ambient occlusion, and curvature, they didn't line up with the Xgen groom textures that we made, and that was mostly because we had some issues with the UV mapping. There was distortion and there was an orientation issue, and I just thought it's too complicated to just, you know, ask you to come along with me and fix all of them. In any case, so I'll be recording this video as a one-stop shop to fix all of the issues. So let's get started. Before we do anything, right, the issue of lining up is very important. I want to make sure that we have a perfect alignment before we bake any of these ZBrush maps. In order to do that, you want to hit spacebar, you want to go into your front-facing camera, and let me just hit 5 to go into shaded view. So this is going to be the camera position that you render out the images, right? So if I were to render now, I will get a texture map that looks like this. You'll notice that the layout is almost the same, right? So let me unhide this aside. It's very important that you define this angle. You want to make sure it is centered by clicking on your descriptions. You hit F to center it, and you want to make sure that this camera is locked in place. So you can do that by clicking this little gizmo here, lock camera. It's also important that you go into view under your bookmark settings. You go edit bookmarks and just type in any name. I've already made one. It's fine. I'll just hit apply. Whenever you do accidentally move the front camera out of view, you could always go back to view bookmarks and then just click on that, you know, the bookmark you just created. It'll return you back to the original position. So this is very important. This is the position from which we bake out these utility maps, and they have to be locked in place. So to create the low poly, let me just hide the other ones. Oh, by the way, for the purpose of this tutorial, you should also just try and make sure that your high poly sculpt isn't too different from your Xgen groom. I'm missing the top layer for some reason. Let me just uh, apply a lambent shader. There we are. So they cannot be too different, right? So a lot of the sculpting should have been done in the Xgen stage if you're going to be moving these iris fills around, for example. If you're going to be doing any vertical raises, they should be done during the Xgen phase as opposed to the ZBrush phase. During the ZBrush phase, you should primarily just focus on dynameshing, remeshing, and getting those these viscous structures out. Let me hide my high poly for now, and we will create a low poly disk. So under it always puts me into FX for some reason. So under the modeling panel, you should find this sub menu poly modeling, and you just click on the disk. Hit Control A to access the attribute editor, and you'll find this low poly disk node. This is the modeling node. What you want to do is set the sides to 36. Right, it's kind of a mess for now, but it's all right. Switch the subdivision mode to pi and subdivision to 1. And perfect. Now, we will hit E into rotation, hold down J for step snapping, rotate 90 degrees. And then I'm going to go to my front-facing camera, hit 4 to go into wireframe view, and then I'll just scale down in the X and Y axes. Do your best to match them. And then I'm going to come back out. So now this is the border of the iris. Again, I don't have to, let me go back to my front facing view. In your edge selection mode, you want to select all the edges, double click, and then Control E to extrude. And now the edges are extruded. You hit Q and then R subsequently to go back to the manipulation gizmo in the middle. If for some reason it's not in the middle, you want to go to your tool settings and just reset your scale tool or move tool or what have you. Okay, now I'm going to scale this up. Make sure they match the border. This should be a very close match. Wonderful. Now I want to add some edge loops. So I'm going to go into my modeling toolkit. I'm going to go into multi-cut. And then this is while I'm still in the edge mode, and just hold down Control Shift to activate snapping. Once again, I'll make a cut roughly around every 20% mark or 30% mark. This doesn't have to be too precise. Uh, as long as you feel like the distribution is even enough. Because the whole point of doing this is that when we bring it to ZBrush, we need to subdivide it, and we want to make sure that there's an even distribution of polygons when we subdivide them. Perfect. Now, if I go back to my channel box view, there's the transformers are not clean, and there's a bunch of history. So I'm gonna hit Alt Shift D to remove history and go to Modify Freeze Transformation. Perfect. Now let's get to UVing. I'm just going to switch my workspace to UV view. You don't have to do this. You could just UV in your perspective. Completely fine. Uh, this is not usable. So we're just going to go to UV and we're going to do a planar projection. Click on the little dialog box. And this gizmo is always kind of helpful, right? So this little transforms gizmo, it shows us that we need to project the UV from the front as if we are using a projector in a classroom to, project something onto the screen. So we need to project from the front, which is the Z axis. Okay, so in your dialog box, you want to go to Z axis and then just hit project. Wonderful. And now we have our UV, but there may be a problem where everything isn't aligned. So when we scaled everything up, when we created the size, we chose an even number, 36. And so an edge is right now, an edge is pointing in the 12 o'clock direction, which is not good. As you can see, if I choose this, oh, actually, they're quite aligned, but still, it's slanted. What we can do then, go to object mode, hit Control A, bring back my channel box. I'm just going to rotate this in the Z axis by 5 degrees because there are 36 sides, right? So if I rotate by 5 degrees, one of the vertices on the edges would align. Okay, again, modify freeze transformation. I'm gonna go into my UV view and do my planar projection again. Okay, now everything is aligned. So if I were to bring this over to ZBrush to project, everything should be in the correct orientation. However, the sizing is not correct. So how do we fix that? We want to make sure that, let's go back to my general view. I will go to my front facing camera. This is our front facing texture baking position. And we need to make sure that the polydisc UV, right? Imagine this entire tile, this square. It needs to match what we see here. Otherwise, the texture maps simply won't line up. You can of course just use a UV shell and then you could just scale it to try and match it. But I wouldn't recommend that. A cool way to do this is we could just make a very quick render. And then we'll use that render as a texture file for this object. So I'm going to, once again, Alt-Shift-D, delete history. I'm going to hide this for now. And I am going to just select all three of my descriptions. I'm going to apply, I'll create a new one. So under right click, hold down right click, assign new material. You want to go to AI flat is not here because it's in Arnold. AI flat, there we go. It's right there. So for some reason, I won't be able to see it. I think it's because it's shaded view, but no matter. We will go down to Arnold render view. This is from before. By the way, make sure that you go into the settings dialog over here. And let me just scale this down. Scroll down to renderable cameras, and you want to make sure you have the front facing camera turned on. Make sure it's added to the list. And if I hit Arnold render, you should very quickly be able to see it, right? So this is a flat shader that has no color. And on my wireframe view, a flat shader that has no color, but it's given us a basic texture. You can in fact use this as the opacity map. In any case, I will save this image and I will just bring this into my ZBrush folder just to make it simple. Let's see. I type in iris UV underscore reference. You can name this whatever you want. Make this JPEG. Go back to my perspective view. I will unhide my poly disk. And now I will give it a new Lambert shader. Type in Lambert. And in this Lambert shader, by the way, press 6 to be able to see the textures. So in my Lambert shader, under the checkerboard for the color, I will click on that, and then I will select File. Then I will just navigate to where I exported that image, the UV reference. Aha, there we go. So this is a good way to check if our borders are touching correctly. I'm going to set this to raw. You don't have to. That doesn't matter for now. Okay. In my shaded view, there we go. Now we see the textures. What we can do now is open up our UV editor. I'm going to just go to my UV editing workspace just so it's easier to see. I can then select my UV shell and then voila, just scale it down. Make sure that the borders are touching very nicely and gently. And that should be perfect. And now you'll notice that the innermost edge loop is also on the border of the pupil, which is what we want. Okay, let me go back to my general view, and this way you should really not have any problem with with ZBrush baking. So sometimes the cameras freak out, so just go to your panels and then perspective, perspective. To go back to my perspective view. Okay, I think this is ready for displacement baking and all the other ambient occlusion, normal map, etc. So I will save this out and I will see you in ZBrush. So export selection. I will bring this over to my assets folder as usual. I will name this, so this is going to look a little different because this is in the future, but I'll just name this iris low poly disk reproduction. You can just name it low poly disk. This is just for baking for now. So export selection. Rename this in your outliner. I'm just going to name this Iris LP. Fantastic. Here we are in ZBrush, and I want to give you a little sneak peek. So what we will be doing is we will bring over the low poly disk that we had just exported from Maya, right? And then we will basically project we'll subdivide the low poly disk, and then we will project that back onto our high poly that we had spent so much time modeling in ZBrush. The whole purpose of doing that is to recapture the details and bake it out as a texture maps. And so if I show you this mesh, this low poly disk that was displaced, was pre-projected, it would look something like this. Well, in fact, it would look flat, but now it's been projected. So we subdivided 9 times, right? And then we recapture the details from the high poly that we have down here in the subtools. And you'll notice that the details, the illusion kind of breaks if I switch to a grazing angle. And this is because projection works in one dimension only. So you don't really get to capture the 3-dimensionality. Everything is sort of projected from the front. So let's get to doing that. This is the final this is the final look of the subdivided low poly disk, and from this we will extract the normal map, the displacement map, the ambient occlusion, and the curvature map. Okay, let me hide that. Well, in fact, I will just append a new subtool, anything, and we want to go import and bring in the low poly disk that we had just exported. I named it reprod, so it's easier for me to find them. I will move this all the way up the hierarchy. You could just ignore this one. You wouldn't have this one, obviously, because you haven't done it. So let me reveal the other subtools. You can see that for projection to work as easily, as best as we can, we want to make sure that it is in the right location. So it's completely fine if we move this disk. We don't need to retain its transforms. We want to make sure that it is just gently overlapping, not too much, and make sure that you're not in a perspective view. We don't want any perspective warp because we want to make sure that in an orthographic view, it is completely overlapping, like the borders are matching, right? So if I go into transparent view, yeah, it's matching. It's all good. Okay, so before we get to projection, I want to show you how it works. I hide this. Let me just move this forward just for the sake of demonstration. Imagine if I subdivide this so many times that now it now has 15 million something ish points. It will then be projected onto the high poly by kind of like casting a ray, right? So it'll cast a ray towards the back. So it finds a matching position. It then displaces, well, it then projects the vertex in that position to the matching position on the high poly. And so it's very important that we give it a boundary to do the projection. For that reason, I have actually just, let me just move this back into place. What you can do now is duplicate this subtool. So the duplicate the low poly disk. I'm going to scale this up a lot by a lot. And in my side, let me just switch the skin shade. It's easier to see. I will then move this back to form a padding, a sort of a boundary. So this is the point at which I want my low poly disk, right? So this one, the low poly disk will then be projected backwards. And I want to make sure that it finds a place to stop. Why do we want that? Well, because the iris is in fact empty in the middle. So there won't be any matching vertices for the projection to move the vertices on the low poly disk, and that would give us a result where none of the vertices in the middle will be displaced, right? It would stay in the original position, which wouldn't look good. So now that I have my padding, I will move my padding down. It doesn't really matter where in the I don't think the orders of the subtool matters, but I'll just do it just in case. This is from before, right? So I actually already have my padding. So let me just delete the duplicate. I don't know why I subdivided my padding. I don't think you need to. So I'm going to switch it to 1. With that selected now, I am going to go to the low poly disk. You will then have to subdivide it 9 times. Under geometry, make sure you turn off smooth subdivision, because if you have it on, it will lose volume unless you add some edge loops, which is possible as well, but I don't want to mess with that. I'm just going to turn off smooth subdivision. I'm going to subdivide this 9 times. Or 13.5 million, which is plenty enough. And then I'm still in my subtool panel, going to scroll down a little to find project. And this is where the settings do matter. So first off, turn off PA blur. We don't need this. And for the distance, this is the part where you need to experiment. And usually 0.02 is not going to be sufficient. I landed on a 0.15. I think 0.15 was enough. Again, you need to experiment with this. Depending on scale, this could differ. Which is again, this is why it's so important to keep everything to scale. So, oh, where did that go? Project mean. I don't have to change that. We don't have to mess with any of the other settings. Just make sure that you have your distance set. Make sure everything is correct. PA blur is turned off. And for projection to work, you want to make sure only the geometries that you want to use in projection are turned visible, right? So I have my padding, right? I have my high poly, the 3 layers of high poly, and then I have my padding, and then I have, of course, the target projection mesh at the top. With that all set, you can then hit project all, which is I have that button moved, but yeah, it's under the projection menu. So just hit project, and I'll come back to you with my result. So after a good while, my projection is finally done. I'm just gonna click on this solo button to quickly inspect it. I'm gonna hit Shift F to turn off my wireframe view, and it is nearly perfect. As you can see, having that padding really helped us to stop the projection at the center point. And when we eventually get to texturing this, the pupils will be completely black. And since we're rendering it as volume, there shouldn't be any artifacting. So this is great. We can then get to baking our ZBrush textures. Let me show you which ones we're going to work on. Again, it'll be displacement. I will be explaining displacement a bit more in details because there are some tricky uh, attributes in the settings you need to watch out for. Normal map is going to be super simple. I think it's just a few buttons. Ambient occlusion is super easy as well. Curvature and cavity will require some texture painting because I don't like the default ones. This will take a bit of work, but it's not too difficult as well. Exit that. And so let's get started. To bake out some of the texture maps from ZBrush, there is a plugin called Multimap Exporter. You find it under Z plugin and right beneath intersection masker, which is interesting. I've never used this. Anyway, Multimap Exporter, once you click on it, everything should look as so. So everything is collapsed. And the texture maps we will be needing is displacement, ambient occlusion, normal, and texture from polypaint. And the reason why we use texture from polypaint is because we don't want to go with the default cavity baking options. There's far more control that we could achieve using masking. So let me show you what I mean by that. Um, so I'll talk about the displacement and all the other texturing options later. So let me just show you how we can get a cavity map painted onto the high poly. So with the displaced, well, with the projected subtool selected, you want to make sure you click on this little icon to activate polypaint. Now the object is ready for painting. I'm going to switch to skin shade or maybe flat. It doesn't really matter for now, but you want to go under color and with white as your current color selection. Remember, you can hit V to switch between colors. And with white as my current selected color, I want to fill the object just to make sure that there is a layer of white filled to the mesh. You want to scroll down, just make sure you don't have any texture maps. You shouldn't. I don't think we did anything with texture maps. In any case, you can then go down to masking. Under masking, there is a nifty option called mask by cavity. I'm gonna switch to maybe flat color. All right, this is great. So this tends to freak out on me, but for now, this will suffice. Mask by cavity, as the word suggests, it masks by detecting concavity across the surface of your mesh. So if I click on that, you can see that it already tries to mask something out. And by default, I think I already changed this, but by default, you should have blur at 2 and the profile would be something like so. 'Cause I've already made some changes. Sorry about that. But yeah, by default, it would be something like this. It's a little too clamped. I don't like it. There's not enough information, which is why I set my blur to 100 and I set the focal shift to 0 such that the information isn't too clamped. So if I mask again, you would have something much more serviceable. Right, something like that. So what we're seeing now is just the texture because we're in a flat shaded mode. So now that you've masked it, you can then hold down Control and left click to invert the mask. You then go down to color and switch your color, active color to black by pressing V. And I'm just going to hit fill object. All right, hit V again to invert that color. I'm going to just hold down Control, click and drag to clear the mask. And now, voila, you can see under the flat shader, we can then see our cavity map. And what's cool about polypaint data is that we can further adjust this, right? So I can go into, so below the masking options, I'm going to collapse that. I will find polypaint. Ah, there we go, found polypaint. So under polypaint, you can then go into adjust colors. And in here, I've already did some adjustments, but you can mess with the values to get your desired cavity map. So for example, if I want, I could set my camera all the way up and this way I would have a cavity map that's just, it's just the holes and nooks and crannies of the surface, whilst I'm not really discerning any of the mid and high levels. In our case, I don't need to change anything. This is good enough. So this is our cavity map, and we can then use our multi-map exporter to export this. Right, so since it's ticked, I don't think there's any options we need to check. We'll start with ambient occlusion. Ambient occlusion is down here, and I set my scan distance to 0.15. 16-bit is good. I don't think there's any... you could fine-tune the parameters just to experiment, but the default works pretty well for me. And 16-bit is... it's just the cherry on top. So we have a much broader range of data on the ambient occlusion map that we could work with. The normal map, I usually leave it as default. If I recall, I always have to go into Photoshop and just invert everything. Um, Maybe I could do it here. So I could just activate all three, flip R, G, and B. Don't need to touch any of the other things. Again, and now comes displacement. Displacement is going to be a bit more complicated. So displacement, subdiv level is important because we are trying to bake the surface details from subdivision level 9 to subdivision level 1. So you set it to 1. So you set if I set it to 3, it's because I'm baking it to subdivision level 3. If for some reason I'm trying to do that. In our case, we want to bake that detail to subdiv 1, right? The extremely low poly iris. So I'll set this to 1. Adaptive and subpixel accuracy are two options that would give you marginal improvements, but it's not necessary because they tend to cause really long bake times. So I don't really mess with them. Smooth. Oh, this is really annoying. Right. Smooth UV is needed. Typically, when you have render time subdivision, the UV shells would be subdivided as well. And since we are working with a 32-bit EXR displacement map, it's a very broad range of data. And so we need to set our mid value to 0. As opposed to a 16-bit or 8-bit displacement map, you might know that the mid level is usually 50% gray, right? So it'd be 0.5. In our case, it's going to be 0. We don't need 3 channels. We don't have to, because all the data will be stored in the R channel. We don't have to copy it. It's just going to make the file size bigger. Assuming you've got all the scales correct, then you don't need to change this. And none of these should be changed. All right, so we can now hit create maps. I'm just going to put them under my ZBrush directory. I'm going to call them iris z underscore zb underscore and leave it as so. There are options to change the prefixes and suffixes upon output, but I'm not going to bother with that. It's just a couple of maps. I'm going to wait till it finishes rendering, and I'll show you the result in Photoshop. So this is the curvature map that we had just baked out. It's looking pretty good, except for the little bit of faceting. And this happens because we had done the projection from the decimated version of our high poly sculpt. This shouldn't be a problem. I'm pretty sure I could, yeah, I don't think it's going to affect anything. We can always adjust the levels of influence of this map inside of our texturing software. So I'll leave it as is. This is our normal map. Since I did the flipping, I think this looks right now, but in any case, the normal map requirements would differ depending on your rendering platforms. If you're bringing this into Unity versus Unreal, it would be different settings. This normal map looks like a green up. So I forgot if that's OpenGL or DirectX. That doesn't matter. You can always flip the channels around. It's not too big of a deal. And this is our ambient occlusion map. If I use a levels adjuster, I can show you the range of depth detail that we have. This is pretty sweet. And finally, our displacement map. So this is a little difficult to see, but all the data has been written into the R channel. So if you go into channels, yeah, there's only information in the red channel and nothing else. I'm going to use the exposure adjustment layer so we can see some of the details. I'm just going to up the exposure increase the offset, maybe a little bit of gamma, drop that, and I'm going to zoom in. You can always mess with the offset slider, just to double check that you have that range of data, right? It's like an HDR photograph. If you've ever played with one, right? You could always mess with the exposure to reveal what's under the clipping uh, areas of the photo. So in the same way, you can use the offset to reveal the inner details of our displacement. So this is pretty neat. Pretty neat. And I think before we get to extracting textures from our Xgen groom, what we can do now is to test out this displacement texture in Maya using an AI standard surface shader. So let's do that. Although I just realized a small mistake was made. We had turned on UV smoothing on baking, and as a result, our displacement map lost a little bit of volume. So if I were to check this very quickly, I can bring in the UV snapshot, well, the opacity map we had rendered before, and just drop it into my Photoshop scene. I'm gonna set this to 400 times the original size to match them. If I put them in the middle and I just drop the opacity, let me move that up beyond the exposure adjustment layer, and you can see right away there is a mismatch in size. And thankfully, we caught that mistake earlier. So just go ahead, head back into ZBrush, rebake your displacement, and make sure smooth UV is off. So if you had done that, this is the actual. This would be the actual displacement map rendered without the UV smoothing. As you can see, it matches in size. So very quickly, inside your ZBrush, go into Z plugin, and when baking this, make sure smooth UV is off. Right, let's just very quickly. Yeah, this is off. Okay, now let's check the displacement in Maya. With my low poly disk selected, I'm just going to open up my hypershade. And in my hypershade window, I will hit tab to search for AI standard surface. Let me zoom in on that a little, and then we will type in displacement shader. There we go. Hold down Alt and Shift to cut the existing connection. I'm just going to connect that to displacement shader, and with the displacement shader now selected, go ahead and click on the checkerboard and select a file. And this would be the file, the displacement we had baked out. So again, caution, choose the displacement map without UV smoothing. Okay, it's somehow all the way over there, but no worries. I'm gonna just move this window down a little. With my disk selected, I'm gonna go ahead and right click, assign viewport to, assign material to viewport selection. Then I'm gonna close my hypershade, open up my Arnold view. And so there we go. I still have this from before. So this is the mistake I made using a smoothed UV displacement map. In any case, make sure you go to Window. Under Toolbar icons, you want to have your 3D manipulation icon turned on. This gives you access to this drop-down list over here, where you can inspect the shader, the base, the final beauty view, the lighting pass, the occlusion pass, the UV, a bunch of very useful debug shaders. So I'm gonna switch this to basic, and clicking on my disk, you want to go to the attribute editor. Right, when you have it selected, under the attribute editor, you want to check the iris LP shape node. Under Arnold, I'm going to keep scrolling down. You have your subdivision option. So I'm going to go to catalog. I will set to 7. I don't need all 9 levels of subdivision. Don't need smoothing. Let me just change this back to default. So this is how it's supposed to look by default. So you don't have to change anything. Just set your subdivision iteration to 7 or something lower, anything that your PC can handle. And with our rendered view brought back, we can now render. Now we see nothing because we forgot to check the connection real quick. So let me head back to my hypershade, and you'll notice that by default, the texture map for the displacement, uh, by default, it connects the outgoing alpha to the displacement, and that is not where we stored our displacement data, right? If you recall, the displacement map is red, and that's because we stored all the information in the red channel. So you want to go in and just sever that connection, connect the outgoing R to displacement, and now it should work. Let me minimize that. And voila, there we go. I can just zoom around and just have a look. It chances are we're not gonna need to have such a high displacement strength. We can always change the settings, but we will be rendering this as volume, and therefore the displacement setup is going to be a little different. I just need to make sure that it works now. As long as there's something, that's all good. Okay, I'm gonna stop this. And now we can move on to extracting Xgen texture maps. I'm going to do some spring cleaning as well. We had created some shaders that we don't need to use. So in your hypershade window under edit, you want to delete unused nodes. And great, we can get started. I will hide all the Xgen growth meshes, and we'll first start with creating an object ID, which is going to be useful for masking out the outer, middle, and inner layer. Let me first navigate to the front-facing camera just to make sure that our render cam is in the correct position. We had made a bookmark for this position, so just go under View and Bookmark. Click on the bookmark you had saved. Make sure you lock your camera so that you don't move it. So in this little icon up here, you see a lock under a camera. Click on that. Make sure you can't move it. If for some reason your front-facing view is incredibly zoomed in, that you don't get this whole safe area, which is known as an overscan, you can click on your front-facing camera, and under Attribute Editor, under the Shape node, you want to head down to Display Options and Overscan. Yours might be set at 1.3 as the default, which should be enough, but if for some reason you want to have enough space, I'm going to set it to 1.5. Okay, now I'm going to head back to my perspective view, and we can start creating some shaders. Press Tab to select a shader. So I'm going to search for AI Flat. This is the one that we will use for the object ID. Control C, Control V 2 times to duplicate them. I'm going to move them into space, and I will pin them so they won't move around, just in case if you accidentally clicked on remove something from the node graph, or if you added something in a node graph, it tends to reorganize, and that is annoying. So drag select everything, hit P. They should be pinned in place now. Name the first one M underscore flat underscore R. I'm also going to copy this name and rename the second one to M flat G, M flat, and then M flat and B. So RGB. Click on the shader node, and under color, click on the color itself. And this should be fully red. So full red. Green would be, I think the ones in the swatches are the full green or full blue options. So green and blue, which is B255. Great. Now we can select the inner description. I'm going to assign it the blue color, the mid description green, and the outer description red. So now if I were to render this in the front-facing camera, in your texturing software, you can just use a color mask. So if you set it to red, it'll only let you paint this area, everything that looks red, and so on. To do that, simple, let's turn on our Arnold renderer. Let's give it a test render. I had set my settings at 4K. If for some reason you want to improve the rendering quality, you can always go into the Arnold renderer options and then mess with the anti-aliasing values. I don't really need it. For now, this is enough. So pause the render, well, finish the render and save the file. Do not cause any confusion. I think I will save, for now, I'll save everything to my ztool folder, but then I will rearrange them later on. Call this iris. G stands for groom. Obj ID capitalized. Dot. We don't need an alpha channel for this. Just in the interest of saving space, I will put this to TIFF. Great. So that is object ID done. So a quick reminder. Let me get my trusty pure ref. Increase the size of the window. If you remember, we had just done object ID. In my first attempt, I didn't use the RGB set out, but you can still, in Substance Painter, you can still choose a particular color and use that as a mask. For us, we made it in RGB, which is going to be easier to use. And the next thing we need to do is primitive ID. This is very simple as well. I will minimize my render window, and I don't need this on top, so it's all right. I'll just click away, maybe Control Shift A. Disable always on top. And now we'll make another shader. So type in AIUTIL, which stands for utility. This is an incredibly powerful node, especially for Xgen. You can visualize a bunch of different kinds of data. So just to demonstrate, I will turn on viewport rendering for Arnold. Let me go to my bookmark view. Why is it's doing something weird? Right, no worries. I'm just demonstrating. I'll move it back later on. And select under the shade node, we can choose flat because we just need the flat color. You can visualize color. You can visualize normal information of the individual Xgen strands. So with all the descriptions selected, make sure you apply the shader. And let me just move this out of the way. Ugh. Okay. Now you can see all the normal information of the grooms. You can look at, for example, bump difference. You can look at UV coordinates. You can look at primitive ID. And I think I made a typo. So what we're going to make, it isn't actually primitive ID. Apologize for that. It's the, what's it called? Uniform ID. Go uniform. The one we need to get is this, right? This is quite useful because if I apply a standard RGB mask, then I kind of get a full gradient of random strands that I can then apply some kind of texture to. Other things include you could visualize the wireframe. I don't think you can see it because of YouTube compression. You can see polygon wireframe. You can see the number of lights, and you can even render out reflection lines, which is going to be useful if you were to apply like a light to the scene. Then you can kind of generate a map that only has the lighting information. In any case, let's apply the uniform ID to it. I'm going to return this renderer to my standard real-time view, and once more, let's return to our bookmark and lock the camera. Go back to our Arnold view and hit render. It shouldn't take long at all, a couple of seconds at most, and complete. Save this file. I will name it Iris G, the groom, uni ID .tiff. Okay, so those are the two texture maps that we can extract from the groom itself. Now we need to convert them to polygons for the other utility maps. Let me close this, move it out of the way. I'm just going to rename this, just make sure that we keep a track of all the shaders we were using. M uni ID. Let's convert the descriptions to polygons. So with my description selected, I'm going to exit the front view, go back to my perspective. It's just the way I prefer to work on it. So with them selected, go to the modeling panel. Under generate, convert interactive groom to polygons. I will reset my settings to default. Make sure you combine mesh and leave everything else as is. Don't have to worry about the UV layout just yet. Apply. I will hide the groom, and these are the descriptions that we will be using. I like to move them out of their group node and just group them into one group node. For this, iris, Xgen, and bake. Fantastic. Now let's first bake out an ambient occlusion map that we can again use just in case you want it. So go back to my front facing camera. You can rename them, but I'll do that later. Type in, press tab, and then search for ambient occlusion. Then you get an AI ambient occlusion shader. Don't need to rename this. I'll pin these two. I forgot to pin them earlier. AI ambient occlusion. So select all the geometries and right click, apply to viewport selection. You can change the amount of samples. You can do some, you can fiddle around with the settings to get the best results. I like to have 6 samples. Clip, none of that needs to change, I think. Let me just do a test render and see. Okay, there we go. This might take a while, so I'll wait for it to finish. Now that it's done, we can save this file to the same directory. Call this iris underscore g underscore ao dot tiff. Gonna lag for a little bit. Okay, minimize the render view. Now we can generate an AI curvature. So type in AI curvature. And this needs to be hooked up to a surface shader. So we'll create a flat AI flat. With all of my converted polygons selected, I will just apply this AI flat. Name this m underscore curve. And the AI curvature node can then be connected to the color input. Drag select them, pin them in place. And brilliant. Now let's do a test render. This might take a while, and it's not really looking nice. I need to do some checking. I need to do some um, debugging to find out what's going on. And let's make an AI curvature node hooked up to an AI flat. So tap, search for AI curvature. This is just a color node. Well, it's an input node that we then need to connect to an AI flat. Rename the AI flat to M curve or curvature, cavity. It's up to you. I will pin them in place just to make sure they don't run away. Connect the out color to the color input. Now we need to do some adjustments. So with the curvature node selected, I'm gonna do some test render. I will scale down the rendering window and render. Oh, we forgot to apply the textures. We forgot to apply the shader. With the polygons, all the meshes selected, right click, apply to viewport selection, and run. Everything's looking pretty dark because I think we are on convex mode for the curvature node. Yes, so the output is convex. Change it to concave. If you want both information, you could just select both and then use a red mask versus a green mask. So I like to go with concavity. This is great for highlighting, well, areas that are really curvy. That you feel like, the smoothness would exist in these highlighted areas. You can change the radius. I find that I can up this all the way to maybe 2. It's a little extreme. 1 is enough, and you can mess with all the other values. But this will be good enough for me. I'm going to wait for it to render, finish, and then save it out. Rendering is done. I can stop the IPR, and I will save the image to the same folder as before. Call it iris underscore G underscore curve for curvature dot tiff. Save. That's all well and done. This is going to take a while. Next, we will be working on the depth map. Otherwise, we could call it the height map. I'm going to close this and put these into position, organize it a little bit, and we're going to have to make another copy of the polygon version of the Xgen grooms. With the group selected, I'm just going to hide it, and I'll reveal the Xgen groom once more. We're going to go to modeling and generate convert interactive groom to polygons. Don't need to change any of the settings. We just have to re-UV the whole thing. Convert, hide the descriptions, the original Xgen descriptions. All right, now let me get to my perspective view. They appear black, maybe because there's no default shader applied, perhaps? Or maybe perhaps the normals are reversed. Let's mesh display reverse. Ah, that was it. Okay. Select all 3 of the geometries. Alt Shift D to remove history, and let's get to UV mapping. I'm gonna grab all 3 geometries and go to modeling, mesh, combine. I'll remove the history with Alt Shift and D. Let's rename this into iris underscore xgen underscore depth. I'm gonna open up the UV editor and let's re-UV this thing. So under UV, we're going to do a planar projection. Let's open up the dialog box. So we need the UV to come from this angle, right? We're going to be projecting. If we project from this angle, the UV map will be a cross section. As long as we stretch it out, we can then apply a texture ramp to make it go from black to white, from the deepest point to the surface. Let's do that. You can use the useful little gizmo here, so we know we need to project from the x-axis. Don't really need to do any changes. I think this is the default setting, so let me just reset just in case. So don't touch anything, project. Now we have the UV map projected from the side, giving us a cross section. This is perfect. Now we can exit. Go back to my object mode, and I will create a new flat shader, AI flat. Let's name this m underscore depth. There we go. And let's click on the mesh, and we'll just assign the shader. We can preview the color in the real-time viewport. So for this one, I don't think we need to render to check the results. So press tab and search for ramp texture. Okay, let's plug in the color into the color slot. By default, the ramp goes in the V direction in UV. So UV XY, meaning right now the ramp goes from bottom to the top. That's not what we want. So we're gonna expand this and look for let's see, a U ramp. Perfect. This is reversed, right? Because right now the surface is painted black, whereas the innermost strands, if we zoom in here, the deepest points are being painted white. So all we have to do is switch them around. Now we have a workable depth map. You can change the interpolation based on how you want to use this texture map. Again, you can bring this map into Substance Painter, and then of course you can adjust the map with a levels adjuster or with any kind of filter to control the range in which this map is applied to the texture. So I would prefer, linear doesn't look that good to me. I'm gonna try out smooth. That's slightly better. Let's see how exponential down look. Right, it's not great. Exponential up, not great either. I think I'll stick with smooth. Perfect. Let's get to our Arnold renderer, and I will render from the front camera. So sometimes it won't show up. All you have to do is kickstart the rendering process, and then it should show up. If for some reason it's not, but let me just exit the perspective view, go back to my camera, front facing camera. Right, sometimes this happens. Let's just reset our settings. Just make sure that we have the front facing camera added as our renderable camera. That's done. Great. Now, this will take this is not going to take a long time. So I'm going to just pause the IPR. Now that it's done, I'll save this out. Iris underscore G underscore depth dot tiff. Now that's saved. All we have to do now, the very last utility map, is the random map. This is going to be utilizing noise. Let's see how we can do that. The two remaining maps to tackle are the root to tip gradient map as well as the random map. So let's get to working on that. I'm going to minimize the Arnold window, and let's convert another set of Xgen groom to interactive groom to polygons. I will hide the depth model, reveal my Xgen groom, and modeling, generate. Once again, we're going to go to interactive groom to polygons. Not going to change anything, do a conversion. Hide the Xgen groom, and as per usual, they are all under their own group node. Okay, let's take a moment to talk about the default UV layout. When Xgen converts the groom to polygons, it will grab every single strand, because you see every single strand is a strip, right? If I select a strand, you see that it's represented by this square. That's only because it's been stretched out in the x-axis. So if I were to use a UV shell selection and select one quadrant, by default it's 2 by 2, you'll see that random strips of the groom will be selected, right? It's a percentage of it. So if I want to make a texture ramp going from black to white, going from bottom black, and then as it moves up, it slowly gradients to white. We're gonna have to grab one of these and then just stack them all on top of each other and then stretch them out. To do that, it's quite simple. While you're in your UV shell selection mode, grab everything, and under the, let me just maximize this window. Ooh, accidentally moved it. Go to Arrange and Layout, and there's a very nifty Stack Shells button. Click on that. It might take a while depending on how many polygons you have. Once again, select the entirety of the UV shell, and I will just scale it in the y-axis. Don't have to worry about it touching the border for now. The width of the shawl, it does not concern us because when we make the ramp texture, it just goes from black to white going up. There's no difference in the x-axis. Let's close this and we'll just focus on the inner layer because the mid layer because that's the only one I converted. Let me hide the other ones. And as usual, tap AI flat. I'm going to select the mesh and then just apply this shader. Now tap, search for ramp texture. And this time I believe the default setting will do. So let's grab this. Let's organize them a little. Oh, I forgot to pin these guys. So drag select, hit P to pin them. And ramp. Connect the color output to the color input. And right off the bat, you see the effect in real time. So uh, once again, I'm gonna go with smooth. You can do the adjustments of the gradient using a levels adjustment layer, either in Photoshop or you can do it in your texturing software. Alternatively, you could also just do the adjustments here by adding a bit more stops. So by adding more stops, you can then control the level, the gray level, and thereby increasing, speeding up the ramp or slowing down the ramp. I don't really need that. Let me just remove them. And usually a root to tip map, I would prefer that the white is with the root and the black would represent the tips. Okay, maybe a linear, no, it's exponential up, maybe exponential down. See, all I want to do is make sure that the transition from black to white and then the 50% gray will be somewhere in the middle along the groom. So in this case, exponential down looks good. Okay, that's simple enough. You can then repeat this step for all the for the other layers. And if you find that your setting, if you find that your setting for the ramp, let's say if you used exponential down for the mid layer and then you tried it again for the outer layer, but it doesn't work because the shape doesn't match, you can always just duplicate this shading node and name them correspondingly. So in the interest of being specific, I'll name this M underscore mid underscore root. Okay, so I'm going to fast forward this part. Our gradient shaders are now complete. You'll notice that this doesn't match the root to tip gradient map that I had shown you before. And I realized that, in combination of this kind of texture map, this kind of masking with the RGB mask we had produced earlier, we can selectively texture either the root or the tip for each individual layer. So that provides more flexibility. Whereas this kind of gradient map is really just a radial procedural effect that goes from white to black as it radiates outward, and that's a procedural effect that is very simple. It's easy to achieve in a texturing software. All right, all that's left now is the random map. A random map is really just a mask that is on a strand by strand basis. We are giving each individual strand a random value between 0 and 1. Now, if you recall earlier when we were baking our utility textures with our actual Xgen descriptions, not the converted polygons, we were able to make no, sorry, not primitive, but uniform ID map. Look, something like this. These are random colors assigned to all the strands. So what we really need to do now is to somehow convert this to black and white. And that should be pretty straightforward. So let's get into our hypershade, and I will first hide the gradient mesh and bring back our Xgen groom. I'm going to assign an AI utility, AI flat to the groom. So with all the grooms selected, I'm just going to right click, apply to viewport. And for now, I'm not going to name it just yet because we might delete that. Hit tab and search for AI utility. Connect the color slot. I don't know if this is necessary, but I'll just remove this. With the node selected, again, change the shade mode to flat. And select the color mode to uniform ID. Let's do a quick render. All right, so I kept the last one. All right, front shape. Let me just reset this. So it's working as expected. Now, all we have to do is somehow remap the color such that we kind of just desaturate the whole thing, right? Well, a cool way to do that without using any kind of remap node is to, let me just sever this connection. I'll just grab the R value, right? Because if I just look at the red value, then it would be quite random. In fact, in my IPR, I can click on this. I can click on a button to cycle between RGB layer. So we can grab any one of them and they'll effectively be the random map that we need. So if I cycle through everything, I am particularly liking the way that the green layer looks. So all I have to do now, I could just save this, but in the interest of, making this a complete shader, I will connect the green node to the RGB slot of our flat shader. And now I'm going to hit render and get back to my RGB mode. And here we have our random map. I'm going to save this out to the usual directory. Call this iris g random dot tiff. Don't forget that. Something that I noticed that could be useful is a kind of a noise map, a mask that we could use. But I'm debating whether we should do that within the texturing software, or maybe we should do that to the primitives here in Maya. So I'm going to test things out and see if it's worth doing. So I made a noise map to test things out just to see how effective it is. And I think because we're applying the texture to this to the Xgen groom itself, so we're retaining some of these gaps in the iris that isn't present in our high poly model because well, we duplicated the inner layer 3 times in order for the projection process to go well. So I think there is value in making this. Let me show you how it was done. Just going to redo this. It's very simple. With all my descriptions selected, tab AI flat. Once again, we need another flat shader. Right click, apply material to selection, and let's go ahead, tap AI noise. Connect the outgoing color to the color slot. And I'm just gonna hit render. So we work on the settings while we render. By default, it would be quite blurry, something like this, and that's because the scale is too low, so it's not the pattern is not repeating nearly enough. I will change this to something around 6 in all 3 axes, and what I can also do is perhaps increase the octaves. Oh, be careful not to accidentally dock it. If you did, just rip them out. The 6 octaves, you can then mess with distortion a little bit. And lacunarity, I have no idea how to pronounce this. Uh, it changes the pattern a little bit. It breaks up the randomness becomes so repetitive that it stops being random. So this breaks that up. Mess with the settings until you're satisfied, and let's just wait till it finishes rendering. That's going to take a while. You know something I just realized? We forgot to make the opacity map, but that'll be very quick. So let's do that. Stop the render. Now that it's done, I'll save the image back to my ztool directory, iris underscore g underscore noise dot if. Oh, I'll just replace the one that I made earlier, and it's going to take a while. So I will rename this to m underscore noise. I've also renamed the previous one. Just make sure you have a name for them, because you're very likely going to come back to this project. You don't want to feel lost. Forgot to pin this these nodes, and we'll just make another AI flat. And opacity map is going to be super simple. It's just a flat white color, right? So M opacity. So we don't even need to change anything. By default, it's white. Select all the descriptions and apply this shader. And all we have to do now is render. In case you're interested in upping the quality of the opacity map, you could go into Arnold Renderer and increase the camera AA value. I don't know if the improvement is going to be marginal or not. You could also consider saving this out as 16-bit EXR, but in our case, it's not really necessary. It's Iris. We're not dealing with hair cards. So I'm gonna save this out to as opacity map, and we will be done. Come on, faster. Right. Save image. Iris g underscore opacity dot tiff. Fantastic. Now I'm gonna put all the texture maps we created and organize them into the pureref file. So if you recall, um, the one that we've been working on is actually the one that I had from my first pass. Load recent. So if you're a supporter on Patreon or on Coffee, you'll have access to this file just to have, you know, an easier overview of some of the important information that I've conveyed in this tutorial, including the Xgen settings. But yes, I will be putting all of the texture maps in here. Of course, not in the original resolution. It's just for preview purposes, and we will have a look at them all. But before we forget, let's quickly tackle the direction map for our groom. I will minimize the render window, and if you've already downloaded the project files, you will be able to find the shaders under well, Iris Groom, the project file for this current tutorial, and under 07 Shuma AOV shaders. This is a free shader provided by, I believe, Emmanuel, a French last name that I cannot pronounce. And this is free, so it's incredibly useful. I have also included the download link in the descriptions below. So if you're not a member, just check out that link. Once you put that into the URL, it should immediately download it. It will be a zip file. You just need to extract the Maya binary file out to anywhere, and to install it, just drag and drop into your hypershade. I don't want this to overlap, so I will just bring this down a little bit. Uh, there we go. Find it. Just drag and drop, and it should appear. Before I do anything, I will pin them in place. Just keep everything organized. There's something I don't like about the graph editor or the node editor in Maya is that you don't have a reroute node where you could really clean up the connections. Okay, the Shuma shaders come in three. They are incredibly useful, especially for hair cards. You can bake out the normal map for the groom, the groom primitives. You can bake out the direction map. You can also bake out the ambient occlusion. Well, this is a node that's already built into Maya, so yeah, just ignore that. With our groom selected, I will right click on the direction map shader and apply that to viewport selection. Just to very quickly check, it should be a flat shader and with the direction information in there. Arnold. Okay, now this this gory mess. This is an expected result because we have the actual Xgen primitives in there as opposed to a hair card. If it's just a card, more than likely it will be just some kind of green and an all gradient to purple. But for the groom, this is how it's supposed to look. I will pause the render, and I'm just going to render this with Arnold. Which shouldn't take too long, and you know the drill. Save this out to your directory, and we're done. Right, I'm actually just going to sit here until this is done. Come on. Okay, file, save image I save it to the ztool folder, iris underscore g underscore direction dot tiff, and we're done. I want to make a quick recap on everything we have done so far in this tutorial. So I think this would be a good opportunity for you to double check if you've done everything correctly. We started out with the tutorial using Xgen to create our individual descriptions. And based on our analysis of the anatomy of the iris, we split it into three different layers: the inner, the mid, and the outer layer. So this is the Xgen groom that we finalized on, and we subsequently used that interactive groom to convert to polygons that were then brought to ZBrush to make the high poly out of. During the texture baking phase, we also duplicated a few in order to extract some useful texture maps. Recall that we did some UV work in order to get the desired effect on our shaders. This is our finalized sculpt in ZBrush, and it was very important for us to get that gooey structure out of the outer iris, especially because that's how it looked in our references. It depending on your reference, right? You may not even have to do this step. The only part, the only layer that didn't go through this intense, rigorous remeshing and dynameshing was the inner layer. All we did for the inner layer was that we extracted some thickness and we subdivided it to get the strips to look like tubes. And these are the low polys that we made. This is the final donut slash ring that we will be using for rendering. And this is a projection copy. So they shared the exact same UV, but this one was only used for projection. In hindsight, I think I should have made this slightly bigger, to account for the borders, because when we baked out the textures, if you remember the displacement map, it didn't reach all the way to the border of the iris, which in this case would be the border of the UV shell as well. Which is why we made the mistake of needing to adjust for the UV and then having to compensate for that by reverting those changes. And this is our projection disk subdivided and projected with the final details, which then we used to extract the 32-bit displacement map from. We also decimated this thing. We also decimated it in order to export it to a reasonable size that we can then bake the normal map out of. In terms of all the textures we've extracted, quick recap: opacity, depth, ambient occlusion, curvature, and cavity. These were all using using shaders, right? Flat shader, and AO is an input for our flat shader once more, and AI curvature was also an input for our flat shader. So these would be useful for as a base mask, and these would be great utility masks. RGB mask for separating out the layers, uniform ID to add variation, a random map again to add variation. It really is just the green channel of this uniform ID. The difference is that we could use this as a black and white mask, whereas this we could apply an R, G, or B mask. And the noise texture, again, I'm debating that I could have done this in the texturing software, but it's just nice to have it, with the opacity built in. Direction map, we may not be using this in our final result because I think I'll be texturing for volume rendering of the iris. Root to tip slash gradient map, incredibly useful, especially when used in combination with our RGB mask together. The cool thing with these utility maps, all of them, right? You could always fine tune them in your texturing software to adjust the influences in a way that you prefer. So the root to tip map, just at a glance, you could feel like, oh, perhaps the progression from white to black on the outer layer isn't so ideal. But you could always just right click, add a filter, and use a level adjuster to adjust the gradient, right? And these are the maps we derived from ZBrush baking, the most important being the displacement map. I added a little disclaimer: this isn't how it's supposed to look. I used a bit of gamma adjustment and offset to visualize it, but the proper 32-bit displacement that you extracted should be pure red. Same for a 16-bit or 8-bit. Everything, as long as you export it from ZBrush, it should only have data in the R channel, which is why there's only red. Some older versions, I believe, would copy the channel, by default, would copy the information to all three channels, which would give you a black and white map. But like I said, we don't need that. We just need the red channel. The normal map, I believe this is 16-bit or 8-bit, doesn't really matter. Ambient occlusion map is a 16-bit black and white. Be incredibly useful as a utility map as well. You could almost see that it preserved some of the surface details, and based on how you want to use them, you could blur it out, you could add some contrast. Curvature cavity, great for specular map, though we don't really need that in for the iris. We'll just use it in the context of a cavity. Now let's get to our texturing. And before we do that, I want to explain my texturing plan and convey to you the steps that I want to take in order to achieve a good texture map for the diffuse input. Now, it would be a waste of time if I just showed you the entire texturing process, because you may have a different iris from mine. So some of the techniques wouldn't necessarily apply. which is why I think I'll go through the plan with you. Just understand the methodology, understand the quote unquote theory behind it, so you can come up with your own plan to, to approach your own texturing. So let's do that. I think there isn't enough resolution on this. This is just to show you that I have it. But I'll include this in the project files. So if you're a Patreon member, you'll have access to this. You also have access to this PureRef file. PureRef, if you don't know, it's a Premiere reference file format. It's a software for references, and it's incredibly useful. Okay, like I said before, we will be texturing just the albedo channel or the diffuse channel, because I will render the iris as volume. So just to remind you, in the very beginning, I have talked to you about the texturing XYZ iris, and this is how it looks when they use a volume projection. This is a little bit unique because you will have to set up cameras for projection, but we'll go through that, don't worry. And the geometry we're going to use, in contrary to this one, like I think they just use the high poly meshes because it's, it's for portraits. They have the memory to handle it, which is fine. But in our case, we will be using this low poly, and as I've shown you during the displacement check phase, we will just subdivide this, displace it, and then render it as volume. This way, it's a bit more agile. We'll save on memory because the subdivision happens at render time. Don't actually have to keep all those points data in the Maya scene. Let me just scale this down and move it out of the way. And this is our plan. For every iris, well, in general, for everything that you want to texture, I highly recommend that you come up with a plan, because you really want to study your references in detail. And from those observations, you can then come up with plans to tackle them. I have found that in the past, if I didn't really study the references, I may be experimenting a lot of things in the texturing software, which leads to frustration and it's tiresome. So please, please, please come up with a plan. I will start with a flat desaturated brown color as a base, and I'll just layer a bunch of colors on top. So in the end, I will show you each and every single layer, and the all the layers that would take to build back to my final result. For each of the iris layers, the mid, the outer, and the inner, I will be using a gradient, the root to tip mask, in combination with our RGB mask. So like I said before, the RGB mask and root to tip gradient to apply just a general gradient, which will be quite faint, won't be too obvious. And those will be the base layer. And then I will create a folder and start working on the inner layer. It's a little difficult to see the inner layer because it's obstructed, but I think a general good approach is to have a curvature mask to apply a desaturated, almost pale beige white color, because I noticed that across all the different layers of the iris. We will be using an ambient occlusion map in our texturing process, such that we don't have to do that in the shading process. But for the inner layer, it may not be sufficient, because you can see from the references, it really is quite dark. So we'll have to amplify that depth effect using our ambient occlusion map. So we have two to choose from, right? The one we derived from Groom and the one we derived from the high poly. One thing I did notice in the inner iris would be these protrusions that I've talked about before, and this would be a very desaturated, a brown color. As for the mid layer, I noticed that I first identified them as just a black spot, but now upon closer look, I think it's just shadow casted by these protrusions, because it as opposed to how we did it in our high poly, I think these protrusions are sticking out, right? Which is why they're casting a bit of shadow. Either way, we can fake this effect by painting it in. So that's something I will first do. Again, desaturated beige color for using curvature to identify, to isolate out the very curvy areas. And Another one that is trickier to do, which is this soft orange effect. And for now, I am thinking to use our noise map, perhaps a procedural one, or maybe we could use the one we baked out. Combine that with a brush, and I'll just paint out this area. Apply a bright orange color that I then blur it with a filter to create this soft effect. And finally, it would be these noisy specks of dark and bright colors. And let me just zoom in a little if I can. There we go. You can see these little noisy dots, which I have no idea what these are. They look incredibly interesting. So it's present on the mid layer. It's also present on the outer layer. So I'm using some kind of just very condensed dot, like almost like these powdery glitter specks as a mask, and then to just layer them on top of each other. So I'll create a bright spot layer and then a dark spot layer. Something I didn't mention is that I think these bright orange splotches, I will maybe make 3 separate layers of it, each with varying intensities. Because we see some areas are incredibly saturated, very, very orange, and then you have areas that are not. Now, moving on to the outer layer. Again, desaturated white beige color for using a curvature as a mask for all these iris frills. And an effect that I really want to recapture are these striations, these individual fibers that we can see. But it seems that from the reference that this is one gooey mess, but it still has this. So it's kind of like semi-transparent, and it has these fiber structure in the middle. So obviously we can't afford to render this as a translucent material. So we will just use our either the random map or the ambient occlusion map that we derived from the groom to recreate this effect, using it as a mask, basically. I am noticing, so again, these bright orange splotches, and then, I'll duplicate that layer, that mask, and then the very, very dark and incredibly saturated brown dots. At any moment that we're texturing, we could always um, selectively use our gradient map, our root to tip map to amplify some of the layers. If you feel like they're too flat, always just multiply this mask on top of it. Just move this out of the way. And finally, once we're done with the individual layers, we will get to darkening the iris border. So for this, I will simply just apply a single layer, and then perhaps using the opacity as a mask, and then additionally uh, put in a black square and then scale it up, like paint in a black square and then blur it so that I get just this rim as a mask. And then I could further blur it in order to create this soft effect. This is very important because you want to make sure this is present. This is your quote unquote safe area when you're doing the blending between the cornea to the iris itself. So the boundary between where the white parts of our eye meet the actual iris. And as a final touch, we could always once again use ambient occlusion to amplify the depth. But it really depends on your final shot in the context that you're using. In our case, I just want to make a general iris texture, so I will be very conservative with this effect. And once you're done with all of that, you may be spending a lot of time iterating the colors. And I would say that just do your best in the beginning on all these layers, create the contrast, create the visual interest first, and then you go back and then you'll create a layer that adjusts all the colors at once. Okay, so that is our rough plans. Let's get to preparing for texturing. Now that we are in ZBrush, we need to start preparing to export our final geometry for texturing. Typically, if you're familiar with the game asset pipeline, you always export out the the low poly geometry, and then you bake in the details using your high poly, right? And so the textures would be applied on your low poly, so there wouldn't be any distortion. But we will be applying some displacement onto our mesh. So if we paint on the lowest possible subdivision, the colors may not match the detail in the end, after after this displacement. The best way to approach this is to export to paint on the same model that you are going to displace at. So that would be subdivision level 9. But for obvious reasons, we cannot export 15 million points out. That wouldn't be possible. So we're going to have to come up with a compromise. So my plan is to lower this subdivision to maybe 5. 60k is still somewhat manageable. And then I will use this for texturing. Another approach that I think is possible, but I don't know if you would want to do it, is to use our decimated version, right? So we decimated this from 15 million to 500k, and it still preserved all the details because it's been triangulated. You could, of course, because the geometry is quite simple, right? You could export this and then do a front projection for the UV map, and you simply match the UV shell with our low poly, and then they would be an exact copy. But the challenge is when it comes to orienting the shell. The UV that we project may not be aligned with the actual geometry in physical space. We'll run into the same problem as we did before, except this time we have 500k points to move in our UV editor, and that might slow things to a crawl. So that may not be necessary. I'm gonna choose my displaced bake mesh, and with the subdivision 5 selected, I will simply export this. So export to your assets folder. I've already done this once, I think. No, I haven't. So iris underscore LP underscore texture ing texturing. So I'll name it as texturing. So this is just used for texturing. Might take a while. Once that's done, we need to do some processing in Maya. Let me hide my descriptions. I have a clean scene. I will then import the mesh we just exported. So it's in my asset folder. The MTL file we don't really need. We'll replace it later on, so it's no worries. Just going to delete that. I'll bring in the texturing mesh. 60k, it's still managed to load, which is great. Name this or rename this, doesn't matter. We will apply a Lambert shader, new one, because I want to make sure that this information is carried over to Substance Painter such that the texture layer will have a corresponding name. You'll see what I mean later on. So we'll just name this M underscore iris. Oh, I already have one existing. So anyway, let me just apply that M underscore iris. And I'll delete the duplicate one later on. What we need to know is that whenever we are transferring meshes across different softwares, there is the issue of tangents and binormals. And if you might recall, using a game engine like Unity or Unreal Engine, you most certainly have run into an issue where the normals that it doesn't match between your DCC software and your game engine. To prevent that from happening with our texturing software, we can simply triangulate this beforehand. Get into modeling, mesh, triangulate. The default settings should be fine. And now that it's been triangulated, I think I can then soften the edge to, to have smooth normals. And maybe I should have done that before, but it should be fine. Not reverse. Mesh display, soften edge. Okay, now I should have a softer look to it, and these almost look like aliasing, these stepping, jagged edges. It's just something we have to live with. Don't have to worry too much. Okay, now this is ready, primed for texturing. We will export selection, and I want to click on the dialog box because we want to do an FBX export to carry the material information. You don't have to include any of these inputs. We're not exporting a rigged model. Don't really need to change the preset as well. So just hit export selection as usual to our asset folder. And I'll just name this iris underscore LP underscore texturing. And I like to give a tri as a suffix, so it stands for triangulated. Smoothing grooves, you want to include it because we did our smooth soft edge. Don't need the split per vertex normal, that's fine. Tangent by normals, make sure that's ticked. Don't have the smooth mesh, this will further subdivide. We don't have selection sets, none of these. Animation is not needed as well, no lights, no cameras. There's a lot of information you can include with an FBX file, it's great. Don't need to embed media. And I tend to stick with 2018 or 2020 or 2016. Just stick with a stable version. I'm just going to hit export selection. And now we can bring this into Substance Painter. In Substance Painter, you may have a problem with the UI scaling, as in if you're using an ultra wide, if you're using a 1440p monitor, the UI scaling would look incredibly small and it's difficult to work with. I will provide the workaround in the descriptions below. It's a simple change in the compatibility settings with Windows. Your layout may not be the same as mine, but for the purpose of the tutorial, I want to keep everything in our workspace just so you can track it, because I will be recording the process as a time lapse. We can bring in our mesh now. So File, New. And any PBR shader would work. So this is the template. It selects a default shader for you. I just go with ASM, which I think stands for Arnold Standard Material. I'm not too sure, but anyway, PBR works. Next to File, sometimes you miss this button. So select and then bring in the iris texturing triangulated version. I'm going to set my resolution to 4K. Normal map, don't change this. I think Maya is DirectX. Anyway, even in case this is wrong, you just flip the green channel. Compute tangent per fragment, leave it on if you're exporting this to Unity. Just turn that off. No UV tile, we're not using UDIMs. Import settings, do not click any one of these. We don't have cameras, and auto unwrap is going to rewrite your UV layout, which is terrible. We could bring in the texture maps over here, but I'll do it as a separate process. Don't change the physical size. You should always have the size finalized in your DCC software. And color management, don't change it. By default, Substance Painter should come with ACES. I'm using ACES 1.2, but even then, if you're using, the older version, it wouldn't be too big of a change. These are the IDTs and ODTs, so input display transformation and output display transformation. Don't change these, don't touch them. I think these are just the suffix that'll attach to the texture name once you export them, which would be useful because if they have these suffixes, I think the IDTs and ODTs would be automatically set for you in Arnold. In any case, yeah, don't touch them and hit OK. I think by default you would have two panes. You would have two panes, one for the perspective view, and this is the UV view. As a setup, I always like to go into my shader settings. Oh wait, actually no, we don't need to change the shader, which is over here, ASM. Metal rough is a little difficult to see, but if you for some reason want to paint in transparency, so you want to use the opacity map, you want to make sure you choose the PBR metal with alpha blending or alpha cutting, depending on what kind of transparency you're working with. Display setting, I always like to undo the environment opacity. I like to see what's behind it. It just helps me make sense of the lighting. Blur, you could leave it on. This is all personal preference. I like it off. No, maybe just a little bit like that. Great. Now let's bring in the texture maps. Go to File and Import Resources, Add Resources. I'm going to navigate to our texture folders. I previously had them in the ZBrush folder, but I've subsequently moved them. Iris, utility textures. Select everything except displacement and, the one we baked from ZBrush and the direction map. Let me see if there's anything else that we don't need. Normal map, we could bring it in. We don't really have to because this is already a representation, but just for fun, we'll take it in. All files. And some of these would be used as textures. Some of these would be used as masks. Most of them would be used as masks. But it doesn't really matter what kind of, well, you need to define the texture you want to input, but we could just set everything to texture and that should be okay. If there's a problem with it, I'll fix it down the line, but I think, yeah, texture would be okay. If you select alpha, it will go into the alpha slot in your asset library. But just for simplicity's sake, keep everything to texture. And these are the base textures. I don't want to bring them in every time I open the software. So we'll embed them into the project itself. Be careful. Don't add them to the library unless you want it to come, by default with the software. So project, ASM, or we haven't saved the project yet. So just import them and make sure you save the file. It'll take a moment to load. I'll save this file in our project folder under Substance Painter. I'm just going to call this Iris Albedo because we simply need the diffuse map. Okay, from this point on, I will stick to my plan and I'll start texturing and I'll make sure everything's included in the time lapse, and I'll come back to you to explain every single layer that I create, over here. In this part of the video, I want to talk about some of the techniques I will be using when it comes to texturing the iris. This will be a quick refresher on Substance Painter as a software. So if you've used this before, if you're very acquainted, you don't have to watch this. If you've used Substance Painter before but don't really touch it very often, need a quick reminder, then this video is for you. If you've never used it, you really need to watch a proper tutorial on and an introduction to the software. It's industry standard. You're going to have to use it like it or not. So very quickly, when it comes to the viewport, sometimes I forget that you could just maximize the viewport by hitting tab. That's simple. You can cycle between 2D, 3D view with F1, F2, and F3. So this is the UV view. This is the perspective view. And this is the split view. Hit C to cycle between different channels that you will be painting. And remember, the channels are determined by the texture set setting. So you could add channels, right? You could add ambient occlusion. You could add emissive if you choose to. Let me just dock this right back. So C to cycle between different channels, and hit B to cycle between the mesh maps channel, right? So curvature, position, thickness, height, bent normals. We don't really need to bake any mesh maps, maybe besides position and world space normal. We'll get to that later because that has to do with generators. Okay, for the texturing of the iris, we're only concerned with the albedo channel, right? Just the base color. So whenever we are creating layers, all we need to do is alt-click on a color. We don't need anything else. And there are two types of layers. The basic one is sort of just an empty layer. It's akin to the ones you would create in Photoshop or other photo editing software. It's empty. You can toggle on different channels to paint in it. And another type of layer would be a fill layer. Fill layer just fills the entire layer with all the information, depending on the amount of channels you have set active. In this case, I have color, height, rough, metal, and normal. So all these channels have now been filled with data. If I go back to my material view, just very quickly, I could change the color. I could drop down the roughness, increase the metallicness, and it just becomes metal. Simple enough. Whenever you add a layer, you could also control the intensity, right? So the base color layer, if I go under, well, this is the layer settings, just like in Photoshop, you have normal, you have multiply, divide, all these mathematical operations would still apply in Substance Painter. You can choose the intensity, the opacity of the layer. This is something we will be messing with a lot. You'll notice that if I adjust the opacity of the base color layer, because right now that's the channel we are on, I can reduce the color because it's set to 20% opacity, but the metallicness and the roughness have not been touched. And that's because we need to go into their respective channels to adjust them. See, if I now turn this back to 0, then the metallic attribute has been set to 0, even though I have it set to 1 here. Same goes for all the other channels. Let me just go back to my base color. I'll delete this. Right, let's talk about the masking that we will be doing. Okay, whenever I texture something, it's very rare that I use an empty layer. It's only when it comes to maybe projection or something that I have to manually draw. You would just start with a fill layer, and I would always just alt click on color and just use that color and mask it, right? So real-time texturing, a huge part of real-time texturing is all about using the right masks and knowing how to mess with your masks as information to achieve the desired results. Let me just set this to just an orange color. To apply a mask, very simple. Right click, you can add a white mask. That means everything is revealed. A black mask hides everything. And perhaps in our project, painting the iris, we're not going to use a bitmap mask, but we will be using add a mask with color selection. It'll ask you for an ID mask. A lot of times when people make a game asset, they'll just bake the ID mask either into the vertex color or as a separate texture map. And you can often just bake this from your vertex color. But in our case, we have created the ID mask, and it's this, the RGB mask. So if you just want to engage with the outer layer, we set that to red, didn't we? Let me just do that. So we will then, if you hit pick color, it shows you the ID mask you've activated. And I'll just click on red. And then only the outer layer would be highlighted, everything else would be masked out. So if I do any adjustments here, it only affects the outer layer. So you can do this with the inner layer and the mid layer by choosing green or blue. It's very important that you pay attention to where you are right clicking. If you right click on the color node itself, right, and then you add any of these generators, fill layers, or levels, you are adjusting the base color. You're not adjusting the mask. So in our case, we will most likely be adjusting the mask. Okay, what I will often be doing is that, let me just hide this layer. I'll create a new one. So I'll give you a hypothetical situation. I'll add a black mask, hide everything. Well, actually, let me just set this to white first. I'm going to set a base color of red. Well, that's very saturated. Something like that, a wine red. I'll apply a black mask. Then I want to use some of the utility maps that I've generated. So if you look over here, I want to use the root map as a gradient mask for any one of the layers. I will then right click, be careful, you right click on the mask itself and add fill. So this fill allows you to set an input, right? By default, it gives you 0.5, meaning I am now, meaning the mask is now 50% gray. So only half of the color is being revealed. If I set this to 1, meaning the mask is now fully white, everything is revealed. Set it to black, everything is hidden. So what if we feed it with one of our utility masks? Now it has used our the gradient map as a mask. You can see this gradient effect being applied as a mask to the red color. What if I want to adjust the levels and the intensity of such a mask, you can then right click on the mask itself, go to filter, go to levels, and you can invert the effect. Let me just switch this to one panel so it's easier to see. I can invert the effect. I can mess with the levels as you do with Photoshop. You know, if I want something really sharp with no fall off, I would just collapse the levels, the range of data being revealed, and there's a lot you can do with it. So, what if I want to apply some blurring to the mask? You know, I don't want the mask to be as sharp. It has these strands or these empty spaces, and I don't like that. I will just right click and go to filter. The order in these the order of these, should I say, effects, like generators, the paint, the fills, the order in which they are arranged matters, right? So if I have a filter, and let's say I'm gonna use blur, which is something I use a lot. You know, I can apply the blurring effect. Let me go to my masking channels. You could just look at what I'm doing with the mask. This is very useful. You always switch to the mask channel to visualize it. This is the fill mask, and once the levels are applied, well, remember what we did? We inverted the mask. Now I can blur it. I can then adjust the blurring effect. If I move the blur one level up, then the blur is applied first. Then the inversion of the levels are applied next. Okay, so a thing that we will do, something we'll be doing a lot is applying masks on top of a folder. This allows you to create a combination of effect. Let's say I have a fill layer. I'm going to set it to yellow. And let's say I'm going to use a black mask, apply fill, and I will use the noise texture as my mask. I will then increase the contrast. I think it's not obvious enough. I will then go to levels. There's a filter called contrast. You can do that as well, but I tend to just use the levels adjuster. Okay, great. Now this noise is being applied everywhere. What if I only want the noise to be applied on the outer layer, which was achieved by using the RGB mask earlier? Well, I can group this and put this layer into a folder. And now I can give the folder a mask. So add mask with color selection. In this color selection, I'll drag the ID map, pick color, choose red, and you see now we have used a mask on top of another mask. So if for some reason you need multiple layers of masks, you just create a folder structure, nest them within each other. So now the noise effect with the yellow color, this may be difficult to see with YouTube compression. Let me set it to maybe a purple. So this noise effect is only applied to the outer layer because we have that contained within the RGB mask folder. Okay, now let's talk about using generators. This will be used sparingly. I will not be using a lot of generators in this project, but I think we might use it for maybe light or some kind of world position offset, world position effect. Let me set this base color to, let's say, a dark brown. It's a little shiny. I don't like that. I'll set the roughness to 1. And let's say I want to apply an effect that I want to create a procedural mask that is basically using a fake light within the scene. I can then apply a black mask, go to add generator, click on this little button and search for, we don't actually have to search it's right here, light. This generator is quite useful, especially when it comes to applying a fade effect. If you have a leather that is constantly exposed to the sun, then areas that are constantly lit would be, would be faded, right? So this is where that comes in handy. But when I do that, it doesn't work because we don't have the world space normal, we don't have the position input. It needs those two inputs in order for this generator to work. So this is where for this project we have to bake those texture maps out. We have to bake those mesh maps out. Don't really need any high poly for that, so it's very simple. Just untick everything. We don't need curvature as well because we made one ourselves. We made two versions of it actually. Thickness is good for subsurface scattering. We don't need it. Position and world space normal. These are the two that we need. Under the common tab, you can then set the output resolution. I'm going to set it to 2K. And I'll just bake it. So again, hit B to look at your mesh maps. I have my world space normal and I have my position. Now the generator should work. Remove that and then re-add the light generator. Okay, amazing. Oh, I need a base color underneath that. Let me just use, how about this? I'll use a dark brown, and for the light, I will use a faded color, maybe a bright orange. Great. Remove that roughness. Okay, now we can then adjust how this procedural mask is being applied. Hit C to cycle between different channels. I like to visualize my mask. You can see that mask right now is kind of just a light that is being lit from the front. I can then adjust the vertical angle such that the light is coming from above, which is very often for iris. Sometimes, people fake light in the lower hemisphere, the lower half of it, because especially in video game engines that we don't get enough fidelity for light to bounce around. And then adjust the horizontal angle. In this case, it doesn't do much. There we go. It needs to be not vertical. Okay. I can play with some of the parameters down here. Light attenuation. I can reduce this to make the light very sharp. Let's set the highlight level extreme. Light attenuation very low. And the glossiness, reduce that. Now, if I go back to my material view, you'll see this could be an effect that you use for, a fade from exposure to the sun, or you could use this for snow. In video games, people often use this as a procedural mask to add snow effect or sand, dust collecting on all the crevices. That's just an example. So we will very likely be using this at some point. Let me hide these two. Okay, when it comes to brushes, let me just set an empty layer. I will have the dark brown turned on, increase my roughness to maximum. Obviously, you could just paint as usual, but because we have our UV projected from the front, sometimes it's more intuitive to paint in the UV in the 2D view. So I'm gonna hit F3 to maximize that, hit Tab to maximize. Right now, you'll see that the brush size is bouncing around a lot. It's jittering. And that is because the sample space, or should I say the alignment space, is in tangent wrap. This is useful for perspective view, painting in perspective view. You see there's a consistency. The brush size isn't jittering. But painting in the 2D view, you want to set this to either tangent planar. In our case, planar would work, but usually you set it to UV, and the size space should be set to texture. And if you want to do the same thing somehow over here, you'll set the size space to viewport, so it's consistent in your viewport. This is how you can paint it, and I don't think there's much that I need to talk about. Just make sure that if you're using a tablet, sometimes that the pen pressure for size, for changing size or for changing flow would be activated. Sometimes you want to paint without size variations depending on your pen pressure. You just have to toggle these off. Okay, I think that would be all, unless there's something else that I need to cover. Let me think. All right. I will very likely be adding a normal map just for visualization purpose. So don't be confused. I won't actually be exporting that out. So I will very likely just have a layer that has the normal map information and then just, I'll just set it in. So usually it won't work straight away. You'll have to adjust the color space. I think Substance Painter is OpenGL, and then voila, that would work. All the layers that we will be doing on top of each other, we'll be doing a lot of blurring. We'll be setting the opacity for them, and we'll stack a bunch of layers with different effects to achieve the color of an iris. And this is something we have to be very careful as well, because based on when we're looking at the references, it has lighting information in there already because this is a real photograph. But when we're painting, we are effectively just painting on the base color channel. So we need to kind of imagine how this iris would look if there is no light, if I can somehow look at this without any of the highlights and just the base color information, which is clearly impossible in real life. A lot of people, when it comes to photo scanning textures, will use a cross polarizer to remove highlights. But even then, that's not ground truth. We cannot see the actual base reflection color. So just keep that in mind, because looking at the iris, we can already tell there's a lot of scattering in there, which is why we'll be rendering it as volume in the first place. And there are some reflections as well. Okay, let's get to texturing. Oh, and before I forget, there's something very important that I forgot to cover. Let me just hide everything else. Go back to my material view. Let's say I applied a mask and I want to paint on top of that mask to make changes. That's possible. We could demonstrate with a fill layer with a single color. I'm going to set this to blue this time. Add a color mask with color selection, and we will choose the ID mask. This time I will be simply using the mid layer, so the green color. And now you'll see that this fill layer is being applied to only the green layer. But we have some mismatching happening. This is unavoidable. We tried our best to mitigate that. It can still happen. What if I want to fix it? I want to erase this and then repaint it onto the actual structure itself. I can then click on the mask, right click, and hit paint. As long as the paint layer is above the mask, you can then paint on top of the mask. Using by hitting X, you could cycle between black and white. And remember, white is reveal, black is hide. So I will very likely be cleaning up some of the masks. I could, of course, bake out the RGB mask using the high poly themselves and then apply a flat RGB shader as we did with the groom. In fact, I should have done that, but I think we can just easily fix that in the software. Okay, so with my brush set to, again, let me choose UV for alignment and texture for size space. I'm gonna hit by the way, the left and right brackets, the not the parentheses, but the brackets can adjust the brush size as you do in Photoshop. Setting my brush to black, I can erase this misaligned mask detail. You want to be very conservative. Don't want to remove too much information. Hit X to reverse that. And then I can then paint in the mask on the actual strands themselves. We put in a lot of work to thicken these branches, these veiny structures. It'd be a shame if the mask is entirely misaligned. So yeah, so that's how you would do it. Be very careful if you have a paint layer. If you just made a mistake is something you can't get back to. Just it's always best to just start over. You could just delete that paint layer. Um, so yeah, it's entirely non-destructive. And let's get to texturing. Let's get to our time lapse. Okay, let me talk about shading the iris as volume for a bit. Let me just show you the final result. Oops, this is the shader graph. This is the final result that we get. Hang on, let me make sure I'm on the right one. Oops, this is it. Okay, so cool thing about shading it as a volume is that we can then approximate the light behavior when it hits an iris. It's almost like they're clouds, right? And we didn't want it to be too thick, too opaque, and it cannot be too transparent either. So that's why it's so tricky to do this. For the absolute best results, what I would recommend you doing is that, let me just hide the eye geometry, move this out of the way. So with a volume shader applied, the whole thing would just look green because it doesn't have a surface shader. It's no longer treated as a surface, it's treated as volume. And for the absolute very best result, you would simply grab the high poly, that we had sculpted. I could just move this out of the way, the high poly that we had sculpted, and then just project the textures that we had done earlier in Substance Painter, and just project it onto it, right? So as the word implies, projection, it's kind of like, like in school we have those projectors. You would project the computer screen onto a canvas. The same thing for volume, because there is no surface shader. It's no longer treated as, as a geometry. It's treated as smoke, well, volume. And one of the only ways to give it color, to give it some color, is by projecting the colors onto it. It's as if we have a massive projector. So you can see I have a camera to do that projection. It's as if I am projecting those colors onto the geometry, which was then rendered as volume. But in any case, for us, I wanted some to save on memory. I didn't want to have to move around this hulking. I think it's 120K something. It's a lot of polygons. But if you want the absolute best, obviously use the high poly. Otherwise, don't use them. It takes a lot of time. So instead, I went with using a low poly geometry that is then subdivided. If I go into the Arnold setting, you can see been subdivided 7 times, and in incongruence with what we had discussed before when I was testing out the displacement map, we didn't really need 9 levels of subdivision as we did in ZBrush. Okay, so how did I get this? It's quite simple. Let me hide this. Just reveal my poly disk, the low poly disks that we had used for projection. So we no longer needed this because I found out that it was very tricky to adjust the UV such that I get a very clean border along the pupil. And you might recall that we were, struggling to adjust it, and that led to a bunch of problems that we then have to fix. So we no longer need this. This is not good. And plus, if you have an actual, let me bring that back. If you have an actual ring, sometimes you may have to add another plane in the back and assign like a black flat shader so that, it doesn't give off any strong reflections if you are rendering it as just a standard surface. Let me just delete this ring. And so I use this. I basically grab all the faces and then Control E to extrude, bring the faces out, and then I added an edge loop, and then I had to re-UV this because I wanted the texture to continue beyond, this corner. So in this one, you can see that now I added an edge loop and then I scaled it up. I had to readjust the UV to make sure that it matches with the low poly disk, right? Because in this UV configuration, if I shift select this entire edge loop, you'll see that it's collapsed. There is no texel density assigned to them. If that's what you want to do, that's also possible. The reason we need to extrude is because we cannot use a single-sided geometry to render as volume. It will simply be completely black, or it'll be just too sparse. There's nothing to approximate the volume voxels, I suppose. Okay, let me just Control Z, undo all of that. I will keep the scene clean, so in case if you're a Patreon member, you can access this scene file and everything would be nicely arranged. Let me hide that. Okay. Uh, uh, Regarding the camera, the one that I had used, because the volume shader does behave differently depending on how close your camera is, depending on your camera configuration. So I wanted a kind of like a portrait shot configuration for the camera. So I adjusted the focal length to 85. You can see that I have a much smaller field of view, and of course I brought in a skydome light for HDRI lighting. Okay, so let's have a look at the shader. To set up a volume shader, let me just switch to wireframe view so that it's easier to look at all the objects in the scene. I'm going to open up my hypershade and move my, where do I put this? I'll just shove it to the side. So when you create a volume shader, you simply type in AI standard volume, to create this volume shader. And once you assign to an object in the scene, you'll see that the shader node pops up. Okay. The volume shader is quite complex. I'm not going to go through all the individual settings, but suffice it to say, we didn't have to change a lot. Try not to mess with it too much. And if you want to, have a look at what each of these do, there's always that official documentation where you get the best information. So just, go on Google, type in MTOA AI standard volume, and you'll find all the relevant information. Let me just create one so that because I don't quite remember the exact things I changed. So these would have the default settings. Okay. To project the colors, which is the most important thing for the volume, I had to type in AI camera projection to get this node. And we brought in our diffuse map that we had exported from Substance Painter. Make sure you set the color space to sRGB as it's supposed to be red. And you plug that color node, the color output, into the projection color. And like I said, it needed a camera to project it onto. So after you've created a camera, you need to link it, over here by selecting that camera shape. What the shape is the shape node. And the trick to this is that I'm actually going to turn on rendering just to show you. Okay, I'm going to resume my shaded view. And I think I adjusted my settings so that it doesn't take too long to render. Okay, you can see that my camera is right here. I'm going to switch my panel to the iris projection panel. So all you have to do is go into your panel, perspective, create a new camera. I recommend that you set your transforms to 0 and then align it. Okay. For me, I settled on a 4.6 in the Z axis. And let me show you why. With my camera projection node selected, oops, let me just move this to the side. You know what? I'll dock this as I did before. Oh my goodness. It's terrible. I need a much bigger screen. I'm going to go to Arnold view. And I'll start rendering. Oops. Why am I zoomed in on this thing? Let me just delete that. Okay. If I go into my projection shape, it should match what you see here, right? It seems like it would project the colors correctly, but depending on how you place your camera, the projection may not be correct. And see, if I zoom out, you can see that my textures are going bonkers. Let me just make it easier to see. In my attribute editor, I will go into Arnold. I'm going to turn off subdivision for now. And my volume attribute, I'll set it to something easier to see. 0.25. Okay, that's much better now. So you see, this is not how the texture is supposed to look. And if this is really difficult. If I start zooming in, You know, it's as if you're in a classroom, there's a projector. It's as if I'm moving the canvas, you know, closer towards the projector. So you kind of have to find the perfect distance to get all the texture information. If I'm far too zoomed in, right, you can see that it is now exceeding the intended border of the iris, and it's showing areas on the texture map that we exported, and this will not do, right? So you need to find that you can go into when you're shading, right, when you're doing a look development, you can always go into isolate selected, and whatever you have selected in the hypershade, it is viewing that node. If I hit camera projection, there we go. If I hit, you know, if I click on the diffuse map, it should show that. If I click on the shader itself, it would show that. And just having the right one select, I think, yeah, I had selected the shader node before, and then I just simply start zooming in and out to find that perfect distance. Let me undo all of my changes. Right. You know, I'll keep the step size. I'll adjust the distance later on. And now I want to show you the next part, which is subdivision of this. I think it was about this distance. Okay. I should have locked my camera, but anyway, let's go into the right. Let's go into the displacement. That's very important. We had been experimenting before using displacement shader on, you know, on your AI standard surface, right? If I type in displacement shader, you can see that, you know, typically what you would have is AI standard surface. You would plug in your displacement map onto, you know, the displacement input, and the output will be connected to the standard surface displacement shader you know, input. But for a volume, we have to use an AI range as opposed to displacement. And how that works is that when you have brought in your displacement map, remember to set it to raw because it's raw data that we are bringing out. Simply connect the color slot to the input. You don't really need to do any adjustments, but if you want to change the intensity of your displacement map, what you can do is increase the output max. No, I'll set it back. And that's how you get displacement to work. So if I go back to my geometry, it will, oops, 0.25. I'll bring back my subdivision, and now displacement should be in effect. Let me go back, not isolate selected. I'm going to go to shading and wait for a while. Okay, there we go. This may be a little jarring. I'll bring back the visibility of my cube map. My perspective view, I'll zoom in a little. Oh, and by the way, when you saw the rendered images, the iris is in fact encased in my eyeball geometry, which is why it would appear darker. But if it's exposed completely, it's as if it's like a little, you know, a smoke cloud being lit from every direction. So obviously it would appear a little bright. So in your look development, you can always create like a little proxy eyeball, you know, just to visualize. It doesn't need to have all these fancy texture maps applied to it. Just make sure you have a flat, kind of like grayish white color. And then with the lens having some transmission because we needed refraction for the lens. Okay, now it's time to talk about step size. Let me just leave that on for now. And I believe I have those images rendered. Oh, okay. I need to I need to change my rendered resolution. I think I worked on 3K. Oh, I still can't see them. That's frustrating. Maybe if I go ahead and render. Aha, now I could bring it back. Rendering volume is tricky because you need to experiment with a lot of parameters. Let me move this to the side, clicking on my iris geometry. In order to get it to work, you need to make sure that you have your step size input and you have your volume padding. Volume padding is for ensuring that if you have displacement applied to the iris, you want to make sure you extend the bounds such that you don't have a very sharp cutoff. And the step size almost kind of controls the density and the thickness of the volume. For this shader, I had changed. Let me see what I had changed. So by default, the transparent is set to the weight is set to 0.36. That's interesting, and the depth is set to 1. But for me, I had to I had to drop the weight down to fully black, and then I did not have any transparent attribute assigned to it, and the depth was set to 0. The settings may be different for you, so you might have to experiment with it and just make sure you don't have emission on. We don't need the volume to cast light, and the temperature does not concern you either. Just make sure that your scatter is 1. You can mess with this. I just don't recommend to, because I'd rather change the step size. You can imagine that like the volume itself is sort of being rendered in steps of voxels. So if you the smaller the step size, the higher the fidelity and the higher the density. And let me show you some of the previously rendered image. This is with a step size of 0.25. Which is my default setting. So I wanted to make sure there is some softness to it. It shouldn't be too thick. It is up to your personal preference. And this is a step size of 0.01. So I had adjusted the step size to a very low value, and it just becomes very, very thick. I think at 0.01, it's still okay, but if you go beyond that, it's so thick and dense that you may as well render it as a standard surface, that there's no point in using volume. The whole point of using volume is that you get that soft kind of scattering within, the bounds of the smoke or the clouds, if you think of them as smoke. And this is a step size of 0.1. So if I set it to a much higher value step size, it's lower in fidelity, it looks a bit fuzzier, and it has overall less detail. So this may even be a more preferred result. So again, look at your references and decide. In hindsight, I think you see 0.1 is actually quite decent. And this is one of the reasons why I had so many layers of ambient occlusion. I wanted to make sure in my texturing phase that I add enough of a depth to the texture. Okay. The subdivision surface, all that settings are the same as before. Make sure you have enough subdivision. With Catmull Clock, I have the iterations at 7. I didn't change any of the other settings. I didn't enable auto bump. I could. I don't know if it makes any difference because this is volume. Step size, I landed on 0.25 in the end. Volume padding, you can actually go beyond 1, but assuming your displacement is right, meaning that when you baked out the displacement map, there wasn't any issue with scale, that by default settings, it's displacing the right amount. If by default value, if you didn't change anything and you brought in the displacement and the mesh exploded, that means something has gone wrong with your scale. So yeah, you can go above 1. Some people said it's to 100. I don't know if that's necessary. This might be useful if you're using like a procedural effect, like a procedural noise map, to drive the displacement. But 1 is enough for me. Now, when you get to the rendering phase, you want to make sure that in your render settings that you give enough rays to penetrate to penetrate the volume, because what's happening here is quite complex, right? We have volume behind refraction, and in my case, it's encased within an eyeball that has subsurface scattering. So there's quite a lot of calculations happening in there. Well, I needed to make sure that I have enough transmission rays. 8 is usually, perfectly enough. Volume, I tune it up to 2. And you may want to adjust the settings here. If you're working with a lower resolution, you might want to up your camera anti-aliasing. For me, the default value of 3 is enough. And there are also light settings that you can adjust to to affect volumes within your scene, right? So I have my sky dome light selected, and now you can see there is cast volumetric shadows, and there is volume samples. This is very important. I think by default it was two. If you want to make sure that, if your iris appears too dark for some reason, you may mess with these settings to see if you get a different result. And I think that's about it. All right, let me get to the conclusion part of the video. And hopefully you have, you don't shy away from rendering with volume, because it is it's tricky to set up, but it really brings out the if I zoom away, you see it brings out that fidelity in the iris. And if you simply want to use a single plane, for rendering, you can always go with a standard surface and simply set up a little bit of subsurface scattering, and you can achieve similar results. Okay, time to conclude this tutorial series. If you have stuck around this whole time, I appreciate your patience. This is my first time making a long form tutorial, so thank you for sticking around. And quickly, we can recap what we've gone through. I started out bitching about how expensive everything was, and that this tutorial, is based on an existing tutorial that already exists, but I just built on top of it. We brought it even further just to get that 32-bit displacement map, which is very crucial to have an agile kind of production pipeline. And these are the references. Of course, I would always recommend you get the cleaner the better, right? Get the best references you can. And we have our Xgen settings. We've gone through all that. It's likely that you will spend a lot of time iterating your Xgen groom. So don't worry. Don't try not to do things too fast. Take your time. We exported out a bunch of objects, and most importantly, different from the tutorial this was based on, we created a bunch of high poly sculpts that then, if you're familiar with most production pipelines, you already know having the high poly makes a lot of things easier. Then we baked out a bunch of texture maps. We made some mistakes along the way. Well, I made some mistakes along the way, and I had to go back to fix it. But I wanted to keep those sections where I scrambled to fix my problems, because trust me, if you're working in this field, you will just constantly make mistakes. There's no avoiding it. The important thing is that you understand how to fix them. And we got to texturing. I explained my plan. And, if you have access to the files, just have a look at the Substance Painter project file. If not, try not to worry too much about this. You can, as a very last resort, if you're not good at texturing, as a last resort, you could always grab one of the best, if you can find like on a stock footage website, get a very clean iris photograph, high resolution iris photograph, and then you mess around with it in Photoshop to remove the highlights. You can look up tutorials how to do that. It's super easy. It's a couple of high passes, then you can remove the highlights, and then you'll have a somewhat workable diffuse map that you can then just project that as a texture in your texturing software. Then you don't have to go through with all this shenanigans. I have my shader set up and my final geometry setting. This is the iris geometry shape. I only included this section because all the things above it have not been changed. Right, so the far more the most important things would be the step size, the padding, and this is the shader graph for our volume shader. And oh, by the way, you may make a mistake here where if you're creating the projection camera, that you thought, hey, maybe you could just use an orthographic camera, like the front-facing one, the side-facing cameras, because then you think, oh, that would not have any distortion with perspective. That's not compatible with this node. Unfortunately, you have to use uh, just a standard camera, a perspective camera. I don't think the perspective warp has anything to do with it. In any case, I set it to a high enough of a focal length such that we minimize distortion. And Finally, let's have a look at my first attempt. The first time I did this tutorial, I followed along with the original and I didn't make a high poly. So, we had these 8-bit maps that the original author had extracted, in order to achieve this GUI effect, right? He actually brought in these. I'm noticing some mismatch. Ah, right. This is where you need to fix your projection distance. um, he simply exported out those texture maps, and then in order to apply that gooiness effect, he worked on the depth map in, I believe, in Photoshop, and then just blurred out these regions. And I thought that that's kind of destructive. It would remove some of the strands, the fidelity. So, which is why I insisted on making high polys out of them in this tutorial. And you can see that from a distance, it's kind of ugly because it's far too contrasty. I think I could have done a better job with texturing, but I didn't. This is still serviceable. And the ones we have, I honestly think this is a big improvement. It has that softness to it. And yeah, now you can very proudly say that I no longer have to buy these texture maps. And what you've learned in this tutorial, you can easily apply that to not just human eyes. You could do that with creatures. You can do that with all kinds of stuff. Um, the important thing is that you have the workflow in mind, so that as you grow as an artist, you'll very likely start using different softwares. As you work for different companies, they'll ask you to, to use different softwares. So, don't be precious with the exact tools we're using. The important thing is that you understand the workflow, the concept behind it. What do you have to do? It would be the same thing if you had to generate all these groom in, let's say, Houdini or Ornatrix or Yeti. Let's say if you need to do your sculpting within Blender, all this knowledge can translate. And if you like this tutorial, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. And if you want access to the source files, like I said, you could join my Patreon. I have, let me just, undo the always on top, and I have organized all the files into the asset library that I would share with you if you as soon as you subscribe. um it'll be given to you in a link of a Google Drive, and then once you're in there, you can find under products Iris from Groom, and you'll find all the things you need. Our reference file, which is where you can find this pure ref. By the way, go ahead and install pure ref if you didn't already. It's so useful. And find all the meshes, including the eyeball geometry that I had used, and the low poly, the high poly, the Xgen converted ones. You can find your textures as well, and of course, the Maya project would contain everything. The scene files. Oh, I need to clean this up. I'll delete the old files, and that's about it. Yeah, all the textures are in the source maps. I have set up the project such that it uses relative file path, so you shouldn't struggle. You wouldn't have to relink the textures, and then even if you had to, it's just a couple of them. Perhaps most importantly, I'll have my ZBrush file in the form of both a Z tool and a Z project that I haven't yet done. But know that in ZBrush, it's not backwards compatible. So unfortunately, you have to download 2023. Any version within 2023 should be able to open these files. In the worst case scenario, just get a trial version, open up the files, and then export out everything you need. Then you can use your preferred version. I have included the Shuma AOV shaders as well. And that's about it. Thank you so far. Thank you for your support if you've done that. And stay tuned for more tutorials.